whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah, there's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience. Yeah, in this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah,
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you find.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. How are ya? Thank you for joining me today. It is great to see you all. Hope you're all having a great weekend. And I hope you all have a great day. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody. Just kidding. Just kidding. It is hot as hell out there and bright and sunny. I would take the sun if the heat would go away. It is absolutely hell out there. Absolutely hell. I think it's, let's see. Let me see here. So, it says it's 85, but the real feel is 98. It's hot and it's humid. I was out there for just a little bit of time and was completely drenched afterwards. So, yeah. Come on in, guys, and go grab a chair. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. And let's do this. Let's see what's going on out there in the world on this Sunday, June 22nd, 2025. Check up on a little bit of everything. Jack and Lily Sullivan. I'm sure there's maybe not anything to do with Idaho. Everything going on. Current events. Wild and weird and crazy stuff going on out there in our world. Maybe some good Samaritans. And maybe we can laugh a little at the end. Come on in and grab a seat. Share it out, guys. Please, 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 please. And hit the like button on your way through the door. Please. Let's see who we got here with us so far. Brandy B, the OG in the house. Jacob Monster 999 with the Idaho question, I'm sure. Which I will get to here shortly. Moonlit Baby, welcome back to you, dear. Miss Tandy, the Seahawks fans in the house. Trish Crow, welcome back, dear. Great to see you today. Dag Burn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama's in the house. Thank you so much for joining us yesterday, Miss Diane. I really appreciate your input and your thoughts, and that goes for everybody that joins us when we do that. So very much appreciated. I love hearing your guys' voices. That's for dang sure. Come on in. Come on in. Let's see who else we got here. Jeff H. Good to see you, Mr. Jeff. And Taylor. Miss Taylor's in the house. Beach Babe, welcome back. Good to see you today. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yes, it does. I hope you have a great day as well, and I hope that goes better for you. Let's see here. Cryptics, what's happening, brother? Good to see you today. Miss Meg is in the house. Meg P, good to see you. Luz Theron, welcome back to you. Thank you for the purple hearts, guys. Again, Miss Sherry Wisdom speaks forever in our hearts. Sadly missed. Moonbreaker in the house. Good to see you, Moonbreaker. Thank you for joining us today. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Let's see what we got going on out here in the world. Good Lord. Other than the fact that it's melting. WB's in the house. Miss CZ, welcome back. We got two of our teachers in the house with us today. Come on in, everybody. 25 peeps in the house, 13 likes. Please make sure to hit the like button, please, if you will. Maybe we'll get this in an algorithm. Maybe not. Either way. Let's see here. Show. Let's see. She. Na. I was going to be here last night, but my wife had different plans for me, so that didn't happen. We were outside doing stuff, and then we had company. And my adoptive kind of grandbaby was here, and then it was late, so too late, but couldn't do anything. But the bird has landed. The tomboy is in the house. Bonnie Bailey, my love, wonderful to see you, my dear. Wonderful, wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're feeling okay today, and I appreciate you joining us today. Angel D, what is going on? Angel D and Meg P. I'm going to write a song with your guys' names in it, I'm telling you. So, yes, my apologies for not being here, guys. My house was full last night. Alicia J, hey. Good morning. Mornin, whatever it is. Good to see you, Alicia. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Dragonfly, welcome back. It's been a while. Good to see you. Come on down, guys. Grab a seat, grab a chair, grab the floor, sit on the toilet. I don't care. Sit somewhere and join us, please, if you will. Show. Let's see what we have going on out there today. If there's any interesting stuff to talk about. I was listening to Bubbly go pack a body cam video this morning tell me if that female cop's voice and fat fingers look like. Huh? The female police officer is the same police officer that was in the Molly McMichaels video. Her name's Heidi. If that's what you're saying, yes, that's the same police officer. Don't make me use my summoning powers. Meg seems to be able to summon people like you wouldn't believe, folks. It's crazy. Well, it's okay. There's already somebody here that you guys wouldn't want to summon, which I don't mind, but you can summon whoever you would like to, Miss Meg. The more the merrier. I love it. Alex, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Angel D. What the hell? Wiener, saucy balloons, wiener, bad kitty. Okay. If that's what you... Okay. Wiener, saucy balloons, wiener, bad kitty. All together. Lucy. Yes, go get Miss Heather. Bring her in here. Hang on, Lucy. MM is not... No. Molly McMichaels is definitely not a police officer. And if anybody put that out there, that's... Come on now. Let's think about that before we even remotely try to put that out. Uh-oh, is it me? Go get her. Go get her, Meg. Go get her. What the hell? Did the Massengill Boat King find the pretend cave? I have no idea. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Good morning, Miss Paula. So wonderful to see you today, dear. Thank you so much for joining us. If I'm telling you guys, I told you guys yesterday. I'm not lying either. Oh, I will, WB. Don't worry about it. If they show up with a weapon, I'm calling bullshit on that. It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make almost 3 years later, all of a sudden now they're going to find this weapon. Come on. I mean, it's just realistic. Like, be realistic here, okay? And commonsensical, no. You're talking about Jason Jensen? No, there was no weapon found. And a sheath is not a weapon. That's true, Dylan. Good to see you, Dylan. Thank you for joining us. Lou's there, and also wonderful to have you here today. Let me see. Show. For those of you that joined us yesterday for our open discussion on Idaho, thank you for that. God bless. Appreciate you very much, as always. The hell is that? Oh, coffee. Amy Conway, buenos dias to you. Right, WB, an Easter egg hunt, basically. No worries, Meg. No worries, no worries, no worries. It's never you. You're absolutely fine. We love you, Meg. We always want you here. There's nobody that I don't want here. Nobody. Even the people I don't care for that come in here, I don't mind them. I don't. I have a huge heart, folks. I can forgive people for the most part. Now, when people come at me, okay, or my family or the people I care about, that's a different Dago. You wouldn't like that Dago. But everybody that comes in here, I really appreciate them all, whether I care for what they think, feel, or if I agree with what they think or feel, it doesn't matter. I still appreciate them being here. So, but Meg, you're definitely nowhere near that person. We love having you here, always. It has nothing to do with you either, Taylor. Nobody in here. Nobody is in here that I don't want here. Why would you even say that? Like, that makes no sense. All right, come on down, y'all. Let me see. Yeah, it was bad. The sun is not playing. Yes, roll motherfucking tide is no, you ain't lying, bro. I didn't know you knew that I was a Bama fan. Are you seeing my blanket there? Yeah, there's nobody in here that's said anything or meant to say anything negative at you, Taylor. Last time I knew, I didn't seem like you wanted to be here because of a statement you had made, so I understood. No big deal. The blanket give yes. You can't go wrong with the blanket, bro. I got things all around me. When I keep talking about this, it never happens. I just don't ever have the damn time. But eventually this is all getting turned around and you'll see what's in front of me instead of behind me. And I have other stuff that'll be thrown up here. All right, Jacob, your question. If the defense name the alternate perps, what will happen to Brian K? Is he going to try? Oh yeah, all they're going to do is pull. Brian's still going to trial. That has nothing to do with it. It's not going to change anything. That has to be looked into, Jacob, and they have to find some kind of proof that that's even something that could be. So they'll present it. To in trial, they'll present alternative perpetrators, possible suspects, whatever you want to call it. And if they can prove that they were there, if they can prove that they had anything to do with this, that's when things will be a little different. But Brian's still going to go to trial. It has nothing to do with him. These are just alternative possibilities as to who could have done this. They're still going to try him for it. That's all there is to it. So. Is she in here, Meg? Did she pop in here yet? Biff? Did Biff show up? Well, I have second guess me. I don't know what you mean, Taylor. Yes, everybody should be a roll tighter. Ain't no. Yes, Meg is too. See? Bingo. Roll motherfucking tide. Of course, that's what it's all about, guys. If I've said this 1,000 times too, if we all agreed 100% on everything, how damn boring would it be? We have to have something to discuss. That's why Jeff comes in here all the time, because he enjoys the. Sometimes I wonder if you're into self-torture, but just saying, he enjoys the different opinions, the different, the bouncing back and forth stuff. But just saying, Pinky Bow. I have no idea who that is. I've never heard that name before. Rowena's in the house. Welcome back. She's probably feeding the pit bullpotamus. Yes, she probably is. That thing looks like it eats human beings. That's a big doggy. Yes, the Roll Tide crowd is the best crowd there is. I live in Ohio. Do you know how hard it is to live in Ohio? Especially in Ohio with OSU being here. People, Ohio State fans they're crazy. Thank you, Taylor. I appreciate that. Never heard the name, but thank you. I appreciate it. I just wrote it down. Reality in the house. Miss Krista Marie, thank you for joining us. Some apple cider on. Oh, you got burned yesterday when you went swamming, huh? Yeah, it's supposed to be 120 real feel here tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to that. What is that? Hang on, guys. Give me 1 minute.
Be great, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great, yeah, yeah, searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless. A sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole
All right, y'all. Sorry, my grandbaby just popped in the house and she had to show me something. So my apologies, everybody. Gen 7's in the house. Good to see ya. Is Cassie in here? Wow. It must be a holiday. We get to see Cassie for 30 seconds. There she is. Let me see. Mark Schumann, welcome back, my friend. 49 peeps in the house, 30 likes. We're getting there. Hit that like button, y'all. Don't make me beg you. Please, 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 please. Show. There you go, Angel. You got it right now. Show. That's right. Don't get it wrong either, Cass. Yes, grandbabies are the best. I got lots of them. As you can tell, I'm old, folks. I'm old. Yes, like I was trying to say, being in Ohio, living in Ohio, and being an Alabama fan, I have an Alabama flag flying in front of my house. Okay, big old Roll Tide flag, and people stare at my house like I'm afraid somebody's going to blow my house up one of these days because of it. Because Ohio State fans don't play; they're no joke. And yeah, so it's been quite the contest trying to not get dirty looks from people. It's wintertime over there right now, isn't it, Luz? Another friend from down under. 5 years older than you. Uh-oh. Well, you look 10 years younger than me, so that don't matter. You know better. You're hiding from your kids? I don't blame you. It's understood. I'm 50 years old, Miss Krista. And I feel like I look like I'm 80. I feel like I'm 80, and I definitely feel like I look older than my age. Aussies. We love our Aussies. When they actually show the real, I'm gonna get the cornball award for this coming up here. But when they actually show the real weapon, as compared in Idaho, that's because I don't believe it was that little dinky ass thing. I just don't. I don't believe it was the K-bar. It's probably something way bigger and multiple, of course. But yeah, Gold Coast is nice. Is that? Yes. I have a friend that lives in Perth. Is it Perth? I think it's Perth. Yeah. Anyways, beautiful where he was showing me where he lived at. So, oh, I definitely feel like I look older than 50, Taylor. My niece goes to UAB in August for her first year. It's an amazing school. Their medical programs are all amazing there too. You're in Perth? Cool. Very cool. Well, what I saw from where he was at was beautiful. Like, are you near the ocean? Is that near the ocean or any kind of water? Meg, yeah, 33 by Moscow and 20. Yes, that's probably true. And I don't know if you still are, Cassie. I think we got a couple youngins in here. Miss Chasey's in the house. She's close to your age. I think we're all younger based on Moscow math. Willie's in the house. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Oh no. No. We can't do that. We can't do that. No, Tigers. No. No, that's worse than being Ohio State, bro. It's okay. I still appreciate you being here, Willie. Oh no. Really? Well, Miss Bonnie, you know what goes on here when it's somebody's birthday. I'm sorry you're sick, dear. I really am. I am so sorry. I'm always praying for you, Bonnie, because of what you're going through. It's just not right. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Taylor. I mean, that has nothing to do with us, but I mean, that's up to you. I don't know. Like, that's your business. You know what I'm saying? I understand. But I get it. Suzanne Smith's in the house. Welcome. Yes, it is Miss Bonnie's birthday. Give me one more. All right, Miss Bonnie, this one's for you, especially for you. And you get your cake with it instead of having to wait. And it's all yours, your own cake, all to yourself. You ain't got to share it with nobody in here. And please, everybody, tell Miss Bonnie happy birthday, because it is so very important and special. We love you, Bonnie, so very much, and I hope you know that. Bonnie's been here for a long time. She's going through hell right now, guys, and she's a very important part of this community and this family. And so please show her all the love that you can, please. We adore you, Miss Bonnie. And here you go, dear. For those of you that are newer, this channel, I celebrate everybody's birthday. If I know about it, I celebrate it, period, in here, okay? With a song and even a virtual cake, whatever. But that's, you guys are important to me. Everybody's birthdays are important to me because that's the day you were created. And if it weren't for that day, you wouldn't be here with us. And you're all, like I call you guys, the beautiful people. So that is why I celebrate everyone's birthday in here that I know about. So there it is. Again, much love, Bonnie. Absolute. I hope you have the best day you possibly can. I know you're not feeling good, but make the best of it, dear, and happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bonnie. Happy birthday to you. From good friends and true, from old friends and new, and may good luck go with you, and happiness too. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bonnie. Happy birthday to you.
And there you go, my dear. Just for you. I hope you have an amazing day. The best day possible. I know you're not feeling good, like I said, and I'm so sorry for that. And hopefully you'll have a great year and a productive year and everything goes the way it's supposed to, and we'll do this again next year. That's what I'm looking forward to. So God bless, Bonnie. We love you to death. And what you know, you're always in our hearts, and we're always in our thoughts and prayers as well. God bless, dear. There you go. Look at that. You guys are awesome. Thank you for that. Even Angel's even giving you some extra cake there. Good to see you, Aurora and Suzanne. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for wishing her a happy birthday. Very much appreciated. Yes, very sorry you don't feel good, dear. Paco, welcome. Mama Bear. There's the Mama Bear. It's Ted. Yeah, right. Thank you, Moonlit, for prayers for her as well. Like I said, Bonnie's going through some rough times right now, guys. She has been. And she also, in my I believe she's got some new stuff she's dealing, treatments and that are hopeful, and hopefully they're going to do their thing, and Miss Bonnie is going to be amazing, back to being amazing again. It means everything that you're here with us, Bonnie. We love you, truly. All right, y'all. Hello, Mama Bear. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. All right, we got 54 peeps in the house, 39 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match, please. Yes, absolutely, Moonlit. Thank you. And that's what we're all doing. Absolutely. Hey, Stitches, good to see you today. Gotcha. Reality. Well, invite them on over here, Miss Krista. We have plenty of room here. Welcome all you meatballs, by the way. Good to see you today as well. Let me check something else too while we're sitting here for a quick second. Happy birthday to you. Okay. No mail there. Just fried eggs on a rock. Yeah. You could do that here too, Stitches. I could do it in my driveway. It's that hot. Captain Jenks in the house, brother. Good to see you. It's today's Miss Bonnie's birthday, Cap. You want to wish her a happy birthday? I know you do. Peaky's in the house. Good to see you. And Mittens. Welcome, Mittens. Good to see you guys. Much appreciated having all you guys here today. As always. Let me see. Miss Paula, 44 likes. Yeah, we can do better than that, guys. Come on now. Yes, thank you so much for that, Reality. Appreciate it very much. We could use a cold front right about now, Meg. Because this hot front ain't working for me. Welcome, Demon. Good to see you, brother. Thank you, Miss Tandy. Yeah, cold front would be amazing right about now. I agree with you. Like, this is crazy, folks. We go from absolutely nothing and everybody complaining, we're summer. And then it comes through with a baseball bat and smacks us all in the head. Gen 7's in the house. Have you heard of a creator called Urbex Hill? I have, actually. He is out of Ohio. He investigates abandoned places. Yes, he does. He hits a lot of the stuff in Cleveland. He's gone to Columbus. He's local to me, actually. Yes. Randy Fur, brother, what's happening? Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you here, brother. Yeah, guys, go check out that channel if you're into that kind of stuff. Urbex Hill. It's a great channel, actually. He does some really cool shit. I think you guys would enjoy it. And he's been into some places that are definitely interesting. Yeah, I've definitely watched it, Jen. All right. Let's see here. Let's get some stuff going. Oh, no. You're okay, Jen. I understood what you meant. You're perfectly fine. Yeah, I can't stand the heat. My wife loves it too. I can deal with cold better than heat. Let's see, y'all. Show. Just 1 second. So I can get this up for you. Just give me 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute. Let's see here. Okay, see. All right, 1 second. All right, I'm gonna start with a new video Michelle put out in regards to the 2 Nova Scotia children missing, Jack and Lily Sullivan, as we've been doing on a regular. Christy's in the house. Miss Christy, hello and happy Sunday to you. Good to see you today. Yeah, that's a good point, Randy. The rain is old, very old, but it's just so hot. You can't really do a whole lot in it. You're out there for a few minutes and you're done. Still knob and tube socks. I gotcha. Aloe is usually what I use. I don't get burnt too often. I have that Sicilian skin. I do get burned every now and again, but once it burns, I brown like a turkey. Let's see here. Start this one off. Let's see what Michelle's got to say about this situation here again.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Sunday morning, the 22nd of June. And we're sticking with the Nova Scotian case, missing siblings, 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station. What on earth is going on? What on earth is going on? In the last few days, we've had Daniel coming out, giving an interview to CBC. Daniel, of course, you will know if you've been following the case, is the kid's stepdad. And we've also had an interview with Grandma Belinda, who is Lily and Jack's biological grandmother on their paternal side, so their bio-dad's mother. I think above anybody who we've heard from so far in this case, I think Belinda is the most sincere. That's just my feeling, my sense I get from Belinda. But everybody else, I'm sorry, I just don't believe them. I don't believe them. I'm not saying any of them did anything. I'm just saying I don't believe anything that people are saying, including the guy Durwood, or Darren, as we now know him. I've given what he said the time of day over the last couple of videos, because there's certain things that don't ring true to me, that give me massive alarm bells, and therefore it's time to look outside the box. It's time to think, hold on a minute, let's look at this case from as wide an angle as possible. But the things that Darren has been saying, I know from my comments. I'm going to show you some of the comments that people have said to me later in this video. I would say those who have already believed that either Daniel or Malia have done something to the children, not murdered them, but disappeared them in some way, have been inclined to take what Darren has said and not necessarily believe it, but like me, have been prepared to listen to it and take it seriously. And then there's other people who just like, it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. And it may well be. Quite frankly, I'm a little bit sick of trying to chase him across the internet to listen to all the different things he's been saying to different channels. The overarching story, though, remains consistent, that Malia went down the driveway with Lily and Jack she handed the kids off to somebody, and Malia was intending to leave later that day, but things just totally got out of hand. That's the story that Darren appears to be sticking with. Now, does he have information that we don't have? Maybe. All right, so in this video, I'm going to look at this piece here from a few days ago, and we're going to look at some of your comments. Let's go. Did you kill Lily and Jack? That was the first question Daniel Martel says he was asked during a polygraph test in the case of 2 missing children in Nova Scotia. I was extremely nervous, said Martel, the stepfather of Lily and Jack Sullivan, who vanished nearly 7 weeks ago. It's over 7 weeks ago now. It's like your stress level is just astronomically through the roof, and your body doesn't know what to do because it's not every day the way you're hooked up to machines in an interrogation room where someone asks you questions like that. He, according to him, passed the polygraph. The RCMP haven't confirmed that, but he said he passed the polygraph. But all the questions were around, did you hurt Lily and Jack? Do you know who hurt Lily and Jack? Well, if Lily and Jack are safe, and Daniel knows now that Lily and Jack are alive, he's going to pass the polygraph, isn't he? Because no one has actually hurt Lily and Jack. So you could look at it that way. Those closest to the children are revealing new details about a case that has captivated people across the world. Martel says he's gone above and beyond to help police with the investigation, encouraging them to search his family's property, offering up his cell phone and banking information, and asking for a polygraph test. Listen, they would have took his phone and his banking information regardless. And they would have searched the property regardless. If those things weren't done voluntarily, they would have just got warrants for it. So there's that. The stepfather is always a prime suspect right off the beginning. That's true. About 3 weeks ago, he sat in a large chair and had sensory pads placed under his forearms, buttocks, and feet as part of a polygraph test. He said all the questions were presumptive that the children were no longer alive, such as, are you accessory to the murder of Lily and Jack? So if they're all about Lily and Jack being dead, which is what RCMP said they believed from May 7 onwards when they scaled down their searching, they seem to believe that Lily and Jack are dead. But there's something that really jars with me. I'll come on to that in a second. But if the cops believe that Lily and Jack are dead and all the questions of the polygraph are focused on Lily and Jack being dead, then, of course, Daniel can pass. None of the questions assume the children were taken. So have RCMP dropped the ball here? Should they have actually been asking questions that assumed the children were alive? Stepfather is one of 54 people who've been formally interviewed as part of the investigation. Some have received polygraph tests, though RCMP will not confirm how many. The children's paternal grandmother, Belinda Grace, confirmed she was interviewed by police as well as her son, Cody, who is Lily and Jack's bio dad, but they haven't been asked to take polygraphs. On the first day of the search, emergency responders speaking over a non-encrypted radio channel mentioned a K9 unit being dispatched to a blanket. Families brought us to a location that's not far away, and there's a piece of blanket which the mother says she believes belongs to her daughter, just off the road there, an official said over the radio. Martel confirmed it was a piece of Lily's blanket, although he told the news on May the 6th that this wasn't Lily's blanket. Now, we're hearing, the chatter across different YouTube channels by Darren is that blanket was potentially planted by Malia's family, because it was Malia's family who apparently found this piece of blanket. And apparently it was a blanket that had already been thrown away because it was ripped. So it was thrown in the trash. So someone's got it out the trash, taken it away down the road and planted it. I don't know whether that's true. These are the things that are being insinuated. This is why it's just complicated. Also, Darren Durwood has said that Malia took a couple of Daniel's sweaters when she left, and Daniel's scared that those are going to be planted to look like Daniel did something. There's more evidence than what the public knows, but I can't elaborate on any of that. He did say it was found on Lansdowne Road near the location of a child-sized boot print that was discovered around the same time by searchers in the area of a pipeline trail just over a kilometre from the children's home. So it's a pipeline trail, and it's on Lansdowne Road. It like crosses Lansdowne Road, and that's where the blanket and the child's boot print was found. Were they planted? I don't know. RCMP refused to answer questions about the blanket. However, the force did confirm the boot print was believed to be child-sized. But they dispatched the dogs, and the dogs didn't follow anything. The dogs didn't track anything. So it was found the same day that the children went missing. Leads me to believe that the children weren't there. Asked if anything of significance has been uncovered in the course of the investigation, RCMP Colonel Willem Tremblay said there's no evidence to suggest the children were abducted. But if they're taken by members of Malia's family with Malia's permission, that's not an abduction, is it? He also repeated what the Mounties have said all along, that every missing persons investigation is considered suspicious until they have reason to believe otherwise. Okay, so we know all of that. They've had 500 tips. Whether it's a tip that indicates that there could be something that happened elsewhere in the province, elsewhere in the country, we have to follow up on those investigative tips to rule them out. And to this date, we haven't had any confirmed sightings. The last time the children were seen was the day before, on May the 1st, and that was in New Glasgow. The investigators don't see me as part of the disappearance, said Daniel. Okay. They know he doesn't have anything to do with it. Yet he lied. He lied. If Malia took the children down the driveway and were picked up by somebody, then Daniel saying that Malia was in bed next to him is a lie. Unless what has been intimated on some channels, that Malia got up early, called in school to tell the school that the children weren't going to be in school that day at like 6 o'clock, and then she was up and about, and then she got back in bed. That's when Daniel realised that the children weren't there. However, Daniel said that he saw Lily multiple times, that Lily came in the room multiple times and he heard Jack in the kitchen. So when was that? I don't believe any of these people. It's like liars to the left, jokers to the right. Stories change too many times. Inconsistencies that just should not be there. That's Amy Hansen, the lead searcher. She believes that the children are in the woods. She believes that they just haven't found them yet, which could be true. She said searchers weren't just looking for the children, but also clues. Clue sensitive is what we call it. They're clue finders. We're looking for all the evidence of them going through the area. Conditions are extremely difficult. Hansen describes teams as being close enough that they could touch fingertips, but they couldn't actually see each other through the thick brush. So from a searcher's point of view, you can understand why she might believe, like really frustrated, that all the work that's been put in by her team and they still haven't found the kids, but they've got to be there somewhere. Despite the lack of evidence, Hansen still believes the children are in the woods. They're small, they'd be hiding, they would have crawled underneath something probably when they got tired. They could have gone further than what we searched, which is true. But if they're out there, how did they die? Did they die through lack of water? Possibly. Did they die of exposure? Possibly. Did they die because they got injured? Possibly. There's all kinds of scenarios, she said rightly. Now, here's the thing that leads me to believe that the RCMP are undecided on whether the children are dead or not. Martel said he'd like to see cadaver dogs, which trained to pick up the scent of human remains, brought in to search the woods. RCMP confirmed in a statement that cadaver dogs have not been deployed as part of the investigation. Any searches involving the dog will be based on information gathered through the ongoing investigation, the statement said. Why have they not brought in cadaver dogs? Now, we know that the RCMP only has a small number of cadaver dogs working throughout the entirety of Canada. RCMP, I think, at last count, maybe only had about 12 dogs. Talked about this in previous videos.
Cap.
But there are cadaver dogs that can be brought in from like other search groups. Like they've had 7 weeks to arrange for cadaver dogs. So if they believe that the children are dead somewhere in the woods, why have they not brought in cadaver dogs? I don't understand why they've never brought in cadaver dogs. Leads me to believe that the RCMP perhaps are not as firm about believing the children are dead than they will have us believe. But then again, who knows? Okay, I'm going to show you some of my comments that people have been saying to me, because it just shows how divisive this case is. Mom ain't running and hiding because those kids are safe and sound in the care of others. I don't care with this Darwood, Darren, whatever, says these kids are not okay. All the flapping of his lips looks like involvement to me. Look, I can't say that Darren is involved in it. I can't. I don't know why someone who is involved will come out and make themselves a target. Think that the mother sold her.
Well, I'm glad that he finally went to the police with what he knows, supposedly, Kent. And if that's all true, everything he said, then he should have done it in my opinion, in the beginning. But I get it. I'm just glad he's done it now.
Children who came and picked them up at the end of the driveway wasn't for safekeeping. A lot of people saying that. Regarding Daniel, he says, I don't lie. Yes, you did. You lied about the time frame, and you even admit to it later. Malia lied about the time frame, and you backed her, knowing that it was a lie. Exactly. Thank you. Yes, I like that one. Exactly. Dogs track to the road. Grandma doesn't want Daniel getting the baby. Dogs did track to the road. They did. And then they lost the scent. Could it be because they were picked up in a car? Yeah. Could it also mean that Lily and Jack walked down the road, and because the surface changed, it confuses dogs? Yes, absolutely. But it's another reason why Darren's story does potentially have some weight to it. That's why I can't discount it. Because you've got these things, this change in storyline. You've got all these inconsistencies that haven't rung true from the outset. You've got dogs tracking to the road.
So I take it, Kent, that somebody finally called him out because he had no way to confirm any of this stuff. Is that what happened? Because I haven't watched any more of that. His last chance to confirm was shut down yesterday afternoon, so he was left no choice to report what he knew to police and let them figure out who the driver was. Well, I mean, if that's the case, if somebody finally called him on this and said, you need to confirm this stuff, bro, and show some kind of proof on this. Maybe if that's the case, then it's, I don't blame that person or those people. You can't come out and make statements like that without showing some kind of way to prove that this stuff is, people are going to call you on it. That's just how it works out here. So I bet that's probably what happened, if that's what you're talking about, Ken. I appreciate the info, by the way, brother, as always. Again, like I said, I'm glad that he finally reported to the PD, and I hope they're doing something. If it's true information, I mean, it should have been reported a long time ago, in my opinion. Instead of coming to YouTube, he should have went to RCMP or whoever first. Then you can do this.
Road and nowhere else. No scent in the woods at all, even near the boot print and the blanket. You've got to give it some thought. Another one. The dog scent stopped at the end of the driveway, so maybe they could have been picked up. Yeah. If it's domestic violence with drugs, and this was her way out with Meadow, her change in Facebook makes sense. Yeah, I guess. It is very confusing, totally. I think that if a trade-off happened, it was his idea, not hers. He gave her a story.
Well, that would make some sense. But that's why he needed to hand that stuff over to law enforcement so they could look into it. I don't trust Cindy. I've said that. You know what I mean? But once again, he needed to hand that over for law enforcement to handle that. And they could have maybe figured this out like days ago. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Oh, shoot. SRBBBBB. Hello.
Right, okay, interesting. I don't believe any of them. They're all shady. But then this is a thoughtful comment. I don't think people understand how hard it can be to leave, especially when you live on a property as isolated as that one is. Does she drive? She does drive. She does drive. There's an old...
See, that's the part that I didn't agree with, Kent. Even if you're just suspecting these people, if you don't have proof, those are tips. Call them, give them the info. Whether you feel a certain type of way about them or not, I get it. These are kids, though. These are kids. We can't play around with that. You know what I'm saying? That's good to know, Ken. That He won't just get that. That's good to know. Or whoever. No, you don't at all. You definitely don't hold back info from Ellie.
Insta account that I found
Not with
from
kids.
her, and she said she passed a test. She does drive. Has she been threatened? Don't know. Was she told she'd never leave with the baby? Maybe. We don't know. Trying to organise 3 small children while trying to leave a volatile environment might have been too hard, especially if she doesn't drive. Living in the wilderness as they do, I imagine there's weapons, goes with the territory. I don't know about that. The thing for me, though, is if she was able to get someone to pick up Lily and Jack and then she intended to leave later, why didn't they just all leave together? Like somebody pick them up. I don't get it. Why she wouldn't have left with them. Why would she put herself in the position of having to explain why Lily and Jack weren't there? Why wouldn't she just go all in one fell swoop, like very early in the morning? So that doesn't make sense to me. I can't work that out in my head. But if she wasn't thinking straight and she was listening to someone else's plan, maybe she didn't expect it to go global. I don't think anyone did. Maybe this was the only way she could leave with 3 children in her life. Not all nice guys are nice behind closed doors. That's very true. There are a few things he has said that make my ears prick. Mine too. If she didn't leave, this wouldn't be happening, as she tried to leave before.
Yeah, he
don't
definitely
know. Good question. I ran and I was screaming till my throat hurt. Most would say I was calling out their name. Makes me wonder how often those kids get yelled and screamed at. True. They listen to him. They behave for him. Is that out of fear? We don't know. Possibly. Good comment, though. I'm missing the reason why the mother would want to get her children and herself out of this situation. Scared of someone, child services, a family member. If that's been mentioned, I've missed it. Any answers from someone? All good questions. We don't know why Malia would have wanted to leave. Because she was unhappy, because she was depressed, because she was scared, because there was violence. We just don't know. It's all speculation.
Exactly.
However, if she did want to leave, again, I'll go back to why would Lily and Jack have gone first? Was she hoodwinked? Was she so desperate to get away? Someone gave her this out and then took Lily and Jack, saying, we'll keep them safe. And then they haven't. They haven't kept them safe. Now, Malia's in a situation where she can't say who she gave Lily and Jack to, but Lily and Jack definitely aren't safe and she ain't getting them back. And then you've got to think, well, trafficking's a thing. Everything's on the table. Everything is on the table. We are no further forward than when we started. We've just got more confusion than ever. Someone asked Daniel about whether she could have snuck the kids out, and Daniel said he'd fallen back to sleep for about 20 minutes. You see, this 20 minutes thing keeps coming up. But when did this 20 minutes start? And this 20 minute keeps changing its identity. So mother is very secretive and acting suspiciously, regardless of what anyone says. Think maternal grandma is the ringleader. She's strange, isn't she? And the other thing that makes me think that something dodgy went down is Malia left. That very day after Malia left. And why was her mother so close? Like, mother lives like an hour and a quarter away. Why did she turn up dead quickly? Almost like it was planned.
Like I said, there's my problem. There's the proof. Cindy lives like an hour and some odd minutes away. But she sure as hell showed up real quick, didn't she? I'm telling you. Think about that. Think about that.
So, yeah, I have suspicions about her. Those kids are in the woods and will probably never be found, and he knows it. She bolted with the baby ASAP because she knows what possibly happened, and I guarantee that her story and what the RCMP know is more or less the same. They are gaslighting him with the polygraph charade, and he'll let his guard down, hoping he trips up. That's also possible. It seems to me that in this story, all the adults on that property were asleep. I love my sleep. I wish I could drop off here and there, but the fact that 3 adults were napping at 10 a.m. Come on, mate, not buying it. We don't know it was 10 a.m. though. We don't know it was 10 a.m. This is the thing, because on the dispatch audio, it was said that the kids were last seen at 8 a.m. But if the kids were last seen at 8 a.m., who told them that? Was that a mistake? Did Malia tell them that in the 911 call?
See, that's the big problem. We don't know the exact timeline on this, okay? All we know is what they're telling us. He tells us that he saw Malaya, or he saw, oh my God, Lily that morning. She says one thing, he says one thing. The kids are called off 6:30 that morning. We don't know the exact times of what everything happened. That's the problem. So, and that is a problem to me.
And then changed their story. It was the cops that were called about 10. We just assumed that the kids were only missing for 20 minutes because of this 20 minutes thing, and that everybody was in bed at 10 o'clock. But no, it doesn't seem to be the case. Good comment. So basically, if the children are alive, they're now in more danger because no one wants to go to prison. And this reward money is going to put pressure on everyone who is responsible. So I assume that's why it seems they're all freaking right now. Time is of the essence. Absolutely. Totally. Michael by day, Michelle after dark. Okay, cool. Another big question is why they don't incriminate each other since their stories and timelines don't match. This is crazy if they're not in it together. This is the thing. If Daniel at least has no idea what happened, why has he lied from the beginning? I've listened to all the interviews with Darewood. Well, I've been following him around the internet. I'm not sure I've heard them all, though. A large screaming red flag to me. No one's asking about him. If Malia organised a safe pickup by her girlfriends of the children to transport them to a secure location, why would she be screaming out for an Amber Alert? Good point. When those women and children were still in transit. Remember, the RCMP and search teams were on the scene much quicker than anyone expected. So if she knew the kids were safe, why would she insist on an Amber Alert, which could potentially have caught her friends in the act? That's a good question. Very good question. Personally wish people would stop quoting her cousin. So Darewood stroke Darren. I'm sure he's a nice person, but his rant sounds like a person who has mental health issues. He's kind of all over the place with theories and assumptions. I think, to be honest, if he is not just coming out with complete lies for reasons of his own, a lot of what he's saying is just his theory and his opinion. I don't think anybody knows, or at least no one that we've heard from at the moment knows. We don't know what we don't know. Again, very possible that Daniel is covertly very narcissistic. So, as you can see, very divided. And we don't know what we don't know. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I know you will. Keep those comments coming.
Now, I didn't cover Michelle's other video on this. Let me show you guys what CBC put out 2 days ago. Hold on.
Seven weeks have passed since Jack and Lily Sullivan vanished from their home in Nova Scotia's Pictou County. The RCMP have received more than 500 tips from the public, but despite those and extensive searches, the children have not been found. The province is now offering up to $150,000 for information in the case of the two missing children. Police are asking.
And I think now, because that reward has been dropped, I think there's going to be some movement from some people on this. That's my opinion.
Anyone with information to call a number that they've set up to receive tips. For more on what this means for people in Pictou County, we're joined by Robert Parker. He's the warden there. And Robert, this cash reward that's being offered for information, what impact do you think that's going to have on getting tips in?
It could have significant impact. Obviously, if things have gone awry here, which it appears they have, and if there is criminal involvement, that's quite a bit of money. And so maybe somebody's lips will loosen a little. We hope so, because this does not deserve to be handled in the way it's being handled.
It has been weeks now since these two little kids disappeared. How's the community doing?
frustrated, I would put at the top of the list, and sort of on.
All right, we saw this interview with him the other couple days ago. So I'm not going to make you guys watch that again. Hang on here. 1 minute. Give me 1 second here. Just a second, y'all. Hang on. There we go.
The big word on YouTube streets is that Daniel Martel was in the comments section of Dolly Vision's YouTube channel. As you know, I do try to verify as much as I can, but it's important to take what we see online with a grain of salt. However, this I can believe is Daniel, because I came across this YouTube channel of his a couple of weeks ago, but didn't think to post it, because it just had some old card videos on it. Nothing relevant to Jack and Lily, or the family at all. Well, that is until now. It becomes relevant now, because we need to verify whether those texts came from Daniel Martel himself, or just some other random person pretending to be him. As far as I can tell, it is Daniel, and what he had to say is mind-blowing. To summarize the main points, Daniel said that Malaya has baby Meadow and is on the run. He said again, Malaya is on the run from RCMP. Malaya knows everything. He wants Meadow, not Malaya. It's not an abduction, that's criminal investigation, it's a missing persons case. He added, yes, she's terrified investigators are close. She couldn't stay around me because she would crack. I would find out. No drugs, dogs went through the house and property. RCMP said drug test is not a concern, he asked them. Kids are alive, polygraph exam questions were all on death. Everyone passed. This is some jaw-dropping texts. For everyone asking, is this really Daniel? Let's take a look for ourselves. Clicking on the name brings us to this channel. I will play some of the audio from the videos at the end, but it is definitely Daniel's voice. The channel was created in 2012, and the last posted video is 5 years ago. However, it is clear that Daniel uses this YouTube channel to browse videos, comment, like, and now chat in streams too.
Welcome to the giveaway video. My name is Dan, and now the time everybody was waiting for, the giveaway. There's going to be 25 people entered in the giveaway. We have a number which corresponds to everyone's channel. And then for the top row, we have
Michelle is in the UK, JC. She's in Manchester.
8 last night, which was CJV Pokemon. All these up, get them all in.
So that's verifying that that was Daniel's channel, which makes sense there. Hang on, I got a couple more. Now this is something new too.
When I first came across the pictures of the house Jack and Lily lived in, together with their mother, stepfather and little sister, Meadow, I can't begin to tell you how shocked I was. It immediately took me back to Summer Wells' case, and the condition of the yard that young kids were expected to play and run around in. The living conditions of Daniel and Malaya's household were not up to scratch, especially not for two little children, who may be on the autism spectrum, left unsupervised, with doors that are silent and unlocked, or that the children can unlock themselves. It is really something that bothered me from day one. I've got a number of questions as to whether CPS was ever involved with the family. I have those answers for you today. Well, it turns out that Nova Scotia's Child Protection Agency investigated the living conditions of Jack and Lily Sullivan, months before their mysterious disappearance. The case file has been reviewed by the minister responsible for child welfare. Scott Armstrong, Nova Scotia's Minister of Opportunities and Social Development, confirmed in an interview that the agency had a file on the children prior to their disappearance, but said it would be inappropriate for him to discuss the agency's findings. With a police investigation underway, they don't think it's the right time to discuss the agency's prior findings. Daniel Martel confirmed that a social worker with Child Protective Services visited the home several months ago. The visit was prompted by concerns that had been relayed by someone at the children's school, and related to their developmental delays. The children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, said she had no comment in relation to Child Protective Services' involvement with Lily and Jack. Daniel said that CPS visiting has nothing to do with the children's disappearance, and that he has nothing to hide. He also said that Malaya had no involvement in the disappearance. He knows she has nothing to do with anything. So, there we have it. CPS was involved with this family months before the children's disappearance. We will most likely hear in future what exactly their findings were, especially if this is a criminal investigation.
That's interesting. Very interesting. So this is the other one that Michelle put out the day before that we didn't cover. It's interesting too. But I wondered if there was CPS issues. And not that it has anything to do with what's going on, but I had just wondered. And I wondered if I thought maybe her mother may have called on them, but the school did. That's different, So here we go with this one.
I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Saturday morning, the 21st of June, and happy summer solstice to everybody. It's a scorchio day here in Northern England. So we're going to Nova Scotia again today to talk about the disappearance of 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station. They've been missing since May the 2nd. And over the last few days, there's been some very interesting information coming out from people on the inside, people who know the family, and from Daniel himself. So we're going to talk about that. Let's go. Yesterday's video was about Darewood, who is an extended family member of Lily and Jack's mother, Malaya. And Darewood has been talking to several YouTube channels, and what he's been saying is very divisive. Looking at my comments, I would say that we're split 50-50. Some people say, this is what I thought happened all along, or something along those lines. And then other people saying, no, it's nonsense. We don't know whether Darewood is genuine. We don't know anything about this guy. It's just nonsense. I genuinely don't know. I think it's in play. I can't discount it. Why Malaya would generate a situation where she'd plan to have Lily and Jack disappeared so that she could escape from Daniel seems like unnecessary. She could have just left. She could have just got someone to pick her up and just gone. But Darewood seems to think that Malaya is easily manipulated. She's very naive, and she was suffering mentally. She had postpartum depression. she was scared. Not that Daniel was doing anything really bad, but she didn't want Daniel to be upset. And she got some PTSD from a previous relationship. So all of that kind of makes sense. And then if somebody offers, a plan, that she would go along with it. And it's very interesting that over the last few days, a reward has been offered by the province of Nova Scotia. And this is a reward of 150,000 Canadian dollars for information about the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan. So I don't know how you qualify for it. Do Lily and Jack have to be found based on a tip that you've given? I don't know the specifics, but this is a lot of money. And Becky Druhan, Attorney General and Minister of Justice, in a news release said, the disappearance of Jack and Lily Sullivan is felt across the province and beyond, and my heart goes out to the family, the community, and everyone who has been working to find these children since day one. Police and investigators are working tirelessly to find answers, and I urge anyone with information to please share this with the RCMP as soon as possible. So it is interesting. We've got this incentive now. Are the RCMP and lawmakers in general, are they thinking that maybe there are people withholding information, that Lily and Jack haven't just disappeared off into the woods and they've just not been found yet, that there are people with information? Make up your own mind. The disappearance has been added to the province's Major Unsolved Crimes Programme, which the province says is a tool to help police in major unsolved crime cases. And then Malia's mother has given a brief statement to the press. In a brief call, the children's maternal grandmother told Global News that the family's focus is on finding Lily and Jack, and that they hope the reward will help the case. So it does seem that this is being considered a criminal investigation, doesn't it? It really does. However, if you're to believe what Darewood's been saying, then Daniel, by definition, has had to be lying when he said that Malia was sleeping next to him, and then they didn't hear the children for like 20 minutes. Because Malia, according to Darewood, supposedly went down the end of the driveway with Lily and Jack. Someone picked them up. Malia was meant to be following on shortly thereafter. But it all went wrong because Janie, Daniel's mother, saw her, not with the children. The children had already gone. So Malia then had to say that the children were missing. So Daniel's just gone along with it. Now, Daniel has been texting or Facebook messaging, whatever, with one of the hosts of It's a Crime and Shame. I've screenshotted them so that they're easier to read. I do recognise some of these, so I think I've read some of these before on this channel, but they're worth going through again, and there's some new stuff here. I only wish I could tell you fine details surrounding Malia and her family and the disappearance. I'll let you know that Malia was set to stay with me and the baby to leave with my cousin. Now that's his cousin Logan. Now Logan has spoken out, and apparently Logan now is applying for temporary custody of the baby Meadow, because it is being alleged that Meadow has been taken into CPS care after Malia did a runner. Now, I don't know whether any of this is true. Take it all with a grain of salt. But apparently, baby Meadow has been taken into CPS custody. And because Daniel's not allowed to see her, Malia was only allowed to keep her while she was under constant supervision. This is all coming from Darewood. So, again, take it with a grain of salt. 5 minutes alone with her mother after the first search briefing, Malia completely changed. She couldn't even look at me. An hour before this, Malia told RCMP she felt happiest and safest with me. It was a different Malia. I will add some more info to the story. We lived in Truro. We moved so she could get away from her mother. Malia couldn't stand being around her anymore. Malia asked me many times recently, in the last few months, if she should cut off her mother from her life. I always said no, that's your mother. Lily always tried to take her backpack outside because it was her play backpack. My other daughter, who is 8, taught her to do that when me and all the kids would play treasure hunts outside. Malia put Lily and Jack on the back burner when Meadow was born. I taught Lily and Jack everything.
There's got to be something that we don't know about as to the reason why Daniel can't see that baby. There's got to be something. It's something we just don't know about. That's the only way that makes sense.
From potty training, getting, I don't know what that says, from their mouths, maybe dummies, pacifiers. I did everything for them. Lily and Jack called me dad and came to me for everything, never Malia. She had no control over the kids. They were wild with her, and with me, they listened and were well behaved. I promised myself I'd always be there for Malia and the kids, and I'm holding that promise. Okay, so is he lying for her? Because he's promised to look after her. Not being negative towards Malia, I love her, but never lie, because that's just not me. I say the truth even if it hurts. I'm sorry to say that, but I live in reality, and reality is what it is. If Darwin's story is true, then you have been lying, because how could Malia be asleep by the side of Daniel? Did she creep back into bed? But then Daniel would still know because his mother saw her. So things are not gelling for me. Her mother seized her phone and probably has her car keys. I know this because when my cousin called her phone on a private number, her mom picked up and said, Malia's phone, who's this? Her mother has something over her head of some kind. After her and her mother talked, Malia was not the same. Okay. Well, if Malia's family know where the children are, then she does have something over Malia's head. She's a psychopath. I know that because she displays the traits. And I was only waiting for on trait to be exposed.
That's my point, SRB. And I think there's something else going on, or that they may have found, or whatever. And that's why Daniel can't see her. It's got to be. That's the only thing that makes any sense. Thank you, Captain Jenks. Appreciate that, brother. Always appreciate you. Just for being here, but thank you so much for the super sticker, sir. God bless. Always appreciate the support. That goes for all you guys.
I think that might be one trait to be exposed, and that was no empathy, and I finally seen it on full display when she never shed a tear the day of the disappearance. It's effing beyond sad. My heart breaks for Malia. I don't know whether all of these are in order, but no eye contact. Online is going after her, not me anymore. I passed my lie detector test. I told you I don't lie and tell the truth. Now they're hiding, hoping all this blows over, but I'm not letting it. I'm doing everything I can for these kids. She does no media. I do media for Lily and Jack. They need someone to speak out. Took the RCMP 12 minutes to arrive on site, and Malia's mom was there a few minutes later. She lives an hour and 16 minutes away. You tell me if that's strange. Okay, that is strange. Tell the truth, but I can't comment on anything that will harm the investigation. Homicide detectives came right and told me, we know you have nothing to do with it. I was the one who said, here's my phone and lie detector test, let's do it. Somebody in my comments asked me whether they've checked Malia's phone, and I think they must have done, but I don't know for sure. Okay, Malia's time of 10 a.m. is false, and we'll leave it at that. Okay. Well, we know that on the dispatch audio, it said 8, last seen at 8. Were the kids picked up at 8? I don't know. She refers to me as her partner. It's weird too. She never does wording like that. I love her more than anything. That will never change. I'm waiting for that chance to relive our first day over waterfalls and a walk on Big Island Beach with the Daniel you first met. She will know what that means. Malia asked me when noticed the kids were gone, should I call the police? The effing kids are gone. What else should you do? My mom was napping and came outside because she heard me yelling. You see, if what Durwood's saying is true, this is a lie, because apparently the mother came outside when Malaya was down the driveway, not when he was shouting for Lily and Jack. Malaya was playing on her phone. Mom came out and said Malaya had a look of worry in her eyes that Mom was home. No tears, she wasn't scared the kids were gone. Just a look of worry she got caught for something wrong. Well, there you go. That does fit, doesn't it? So there's...
Yeah, that does fit with what Durwood said. That part there does, and that's interesting. So maybe the guy's not completely... I don't know, you guys. I forgot about this part being stated. That was stated a while back, so that does fit in with what he was saying. That's interesting.
Just a little change, a little white lie, but that does fit what Durwood's been saying. She never yelled once the kids' names to try to find them. Mum said she acted odd. I ran through the house, searching every room. I ran outside the back sliding door. Did everything so fast. She said they're gone when we were both outside. Not only with me, because Malaya rarely ever went outside with her. Ran through streams up to my waist many times. I could have slipped on a wet rock, hit my head and died. Or fallen on a stick or branch. Wow, yeah, and got impaled. Remove all that from yesterday. Remove it now. It paints Malaya in a bad light. Just please remove it. People are attacking Malaya, detectives told me. So I don't know what that's relating to. Presumably a video. Got some more here. I told investigators to polygraph her family, and they are. I work with detectives.
Well, here's the thing, SRB. Like I said, maybe he is. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, he probably doesn't know. Somebody probably told him that they do this on YouTube. You know, go do this and go do that. But it is definitely not the way to do it. You should have went to RCMP. Whether you trust them or not, that's their job. We're not police officers out here, guys. We're not detectives. All we do is report crime information and crime stories. That's what we do. We're reporters, per se. Just like you wouldn't go to the news and think that they're going to help find these kids. We're the same thing. We're not police. Okay? We can spread the word, sure. We can't physically go do something about it. The police do. That's who you need to go to first. Like I said, take your information, go to the local law enforcement, do it that way, and then go to YouTube. That's what you need to do that if you're going to do it, okay? But no, not the way he's done it. That's the problem that I think all of us have had with that. Like I said, I listened to him, and I wanted to believe it because I think in the back of my mind tells me that the kids are okay. But it sounds like it lines up. And I was saying, you know, this guy's claiming to be her cousin. That would be stupid to lie about because you can prove it if he's not or if he is, you know? So I don't know. What's that, Kent? The driveway? Yeah, I agree with you, SRB. He did it the wrong way. Now, Durwood said that Janie just missed the pickup vehicle because she heard something, or the dogs heard something barked and woke her up. She came out and she caught mud. That's what Durwood said, yes. And then Daniel came out and said that she had a look of worry on her face. And supposedly Durwood said Janie looked at her and said, "What did you do?" That was that. I don't know. And that would explain the dog following the scent to the end of the driveway and stopping too. Her mother stated to Darren, yeah, that's his real name, guys, by the way, Darren Geddes, Durwood. Her mother has stated to Darren that day they were already on their way to visit when Malaya texted her and said the kids were missing. That's her excuse, right, Kent? So, okay. Here's the question you need to ask. How often did Cindy come and visit them? If it was a normal thing, then I can accept that. But if she didn't ever come and visit them, we have a question about that. How are you there so soon? You know what I mean? Okay, so how does that explain Daniel's story of how they woke up in the morning? We didn't get the truth from either. That's the point. I think that's what Michelle's saying too. And is Daniel, see, I'm starting to wonder if Daniel's lying for Malaya. It seems like he obviously is in love with Malaya. He cares about Malaya. And he thinks, based on what he said there, they're going to get back together. So I think he's trying to be the hero to her. Maybe. This is just a presumption, okay? And in a theory. But I think he's trying to be the hero to her to show her that he, no matter what happens, he's going to support her, because he's come out and said to leave her alone. He's come out and said, this isn't her fault, this, that, and everything. He doesn't believe that she's done this and that. He said all those things, but here we are. You know what I mean? So no, I agree with you. I've said that too. Like, it just doesn't make sense. The whole sleeping thing is not lining up the way that they're talking about. He said that she was laying there next to him sleeping. But then if you listen to the other story, no, she couldn't have been. Like Michelle said. That's very true. Two lies do not make a lot right. Whether you're trying to support her or not, it's not right, dude. Everything else he's done, but he passed the polygraph test. There's that too. But they probably didn't ask questions that relate to that situation. You see what I'm saying? Way too many inconsistencies. So the dude could be a good guy, but lying for her to make sure that she comes back to you is not the answer to this either, bro. You need to get your shit straight. If you really care about the kids and you really want to do the right thing, you're going to have to let go of her and fix this. That's my opinion. Okay? Because either way, you guys aren't getting the kids back. That just ain't going to happen at this point. If this is what happened. Okay? They're just not. That's all there is to it. So that's something that needs to be remembered too. And I also got to wonder, going back like Alicia said, why he can't see these kids, his little girl. Why can you not see the baby if there's nothing suspected of him? That's strange to me. So there's something else that we don't know either. It's very strange. Very strange. He says he passed. They maybe only said you did a great job, and he's that could be too. You're right, SRB. It's a good point. And I don't believe that it's 20 minutes. You have the 911 call at 10, and you have the children stated to be last seen, at 8 a.m. So that is 2 hours. What'd they do for those 2 hours? We talked about that before. What happened in those 2 hours or to 9:40? 20 minutes was from 9:40 to 10, if that's right. That's a good point, Chickbait. Very good point.
That's why this can't get out. If it does, then I lose my in with investigators. What about Hayden? That's Malaya's brother. I'm not sure on that one. I'd watch out. He used to be close to Malaya. Why no media standing up for Jack and Lily? Even the natives pulled back and don't want involvement. Just did an on-set interview. That's the CBC one. Over an hour long with the cameraman and producers and interviews. So there's an hour of footage. I've only seen like 10 minutes of it. They're going to release more. Malaya didn't want to be anywhere near Cody. She was afraid even to drive anywhere close even. Don't worry, I have a guy on the inside now. I can't say more than that, but the evidence is mounting. The only problem is it's going to be hard for someone to give up the kid's location. Okay. Well, this is sounding like what Darewood said. The amount of jail time for this will be unheard of. Don't say anything to anyone. I won't, but that doesn't make sense because Cody didn't live here. He was in Truro. He only moved back 10 months ago. She was afraid that she would be there and he would show up. I'm being honest. I think we finally know her and her family are a little crazy. Maybe more than a little. Malaya's whole life has been nothing but negative. She found me and she was happy. But Cindy, Malaya's mother, didn't like seeing her daughter happy. And now look at the mess. Lily and Jack are innocent and they never deserve this. Breaks my heart. At this point, I wouldn't trust a word out of her mouth. You see her fighting for Jack and Lily. Her family has been saying effed up shit to CPS. That's why I can't see Meadow. Malia and her family have done so much wrong. Not to Jack and Lily.
So there's the answer to that. I guess Malea's family has been saying things to CPS about him. In turn, CPS won't allow him to see the child. I mean, they need to investigate those things. They just can't take somebody's word for it. That's how they do it around here. If they get, somebody says something to them, they look into it. They don't just not do it, or just go with it. That's kind of, I mean, if it's true, maybe they did do that. Then maybe they did look into it, and there's something that we don't know, like I said.
But to everyone. I raised Jack and Lily. I potty trained them. I played outside with them. I taught the kids how to zip their coats. I did all. She played on her phone all day. She doesn't know how to raise kids. The kids used to hit and bite her and scratch her. She had no control over them. They just see her as the girl that makes food for them. I know this sounds bad, but that's cut off. Oh, there we go. I know this sounds bad, but I'm being honest. I don't lie. It's hurt when I tell the truth, but I can't lie because that's all the world is nowadays. People can judge me all they want, but I just like being honest. Well, so what is the truth? What is the...
So there in those texts now, he's saying that she doesn't know how to raise her kids, that they used to hit her, bite her, scratch her. She had no control over them, that he did everything with them, and all she did was sit and play on her phone all day. Well, how did she do that if there was no service out there, though? That's strange to me. But, I just never have been comfortable with her. Never. From the very beginning. There's something about her I cannot get comfortable with. She's, the way it's explained here is that she's very immature, I guess. Yeah, she doesn't have the baby anymore. The baby was finally taken to CPS because of her trying to take off and go to the reserve, I guess. Well, that's good, I guess, because we don't know what's going on. The new thing is now, if Darren's theories are anywhere near true, either the children should be taken off the missing persons list this week, or an announcement of a person of interest being questioned. Good point. Good point. Well, we will see that. Demon's saying that Daniel's not what he appears to be. Well, we're gonna go check some. Biff, Lucy, Heather, welcome. Thank you for joining us. He's playing the perfect parent card, and we don't really know how much on her other than what he tells us as well. I'm looking. Yeah, no, I agree. It's a good point. It's a good point. And that's what we should do, guys. We should look at it all directions. So, yeah, give me a second. Okay. We're going to watch this one more time. The full thing.
Truth. I didn't kill Lily and Jack.
It's been 6 weeks now since you've seen Lily and Jack. I just want to ask, how are you holding up?
It's been a long 6 weeks. I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanting to know like what happened. It's been from sadness to anger at this point. And I know the RCMP and major crimes are working around the clock trying to piece everything together, and I'm grateful for that. But it always leaves the question, 6 weeks has gone by, and we know at this point they're not in the woods. And where are they?
Did you feel in the beginning that they suspected you?
Of course. The stepfather was always a prime suspect right off the beginning.
You felt that from the beginning?
Yeah.
But you don't feel that now?
No, I don't feel that at all. I asked for the lie detector exam, the polygraph exam. I gave them my phone. I told them do drug tests because there's a lot of rumors online about a drug party.
That's a good question, SRV. I the very first thing he states, I know the truth. Well, what is that? And then he says, I did not murder them. Like, that was not stated, but okay.
I know the person that said there's rumors, and it was just to take the heat off themselves.
Was there any kind of party?
No.
Was there any kind of gathering that
No.
someone might have thought was a party?
No.
There were no people at the house?
No. Not the night before.
Okay, you mentioned you offered to take a polygraph test.
Yeah.
Did the RCMP take you up on that?
Yes, it did.
And how did that unfold?
That unfolded in my favor. They obviously know I wasn't lying about anything.
So they said, yep, great, thank you, come in
Yeah.
for a polygraph test.
Yeah, it took a little while to set up, and
When did you do that test?
I don't know the exact date, but that would be at least 3 weeks ago, probably.
So roughly 3 weeks after the disappearance.
Yeah.
And I think most Canadians wouldn't have any idea what's involved with that. Can you describe the process? You go in and just tell us right from the start.
We go in, sit down in a big comfy chair, and they have multiple sensory pads. You have them underneath your forearms, you have them underneath your butt, and you have them underneath your feet with your shoes off. You have a sweat gland on one finger. You have a measuring instrument for blood flow that goes in and out of your hand. And you have a cuff on your arm for blood pressure to measure your pulse.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was extremely nervous. Especially with the first question they asked you, did you kill Lily and Jack?
That was the first question they asked you.
Yeah. Yeah.
What went through your mind when someone's asking you that question so point blank like that?
Your mind has a massive release of chemicals, I guess you would call them. It's like your stress levels just astronomically through the roof, and your body doesn't know what to do because it's not every day the way you're hooked up to machines in an interrogation room where someone asks you questions like that.
What other kinds of questions did they ask you?
All the questions pertain to the death of Lily and Jack. Are you accessory to the murder of Lily and Jack? They were all.
So all of the questions assumed that the children are no longer alive.
That is true, that we only have his word that he passed it. Now, I've heard, I'm not saying this is the point, folks, or a fact, but that they will tell you, oh, you did okay. Don't worry about it. To get the person to relax and start acting normal and not being so guarded. Sometimes they do that sometimes, but I'm not saying that's what happened here. So don't nobody run and take it and, make it into something. Just saying. They do. They've said that already, Lucy, that they do believe that the kids were deceased. Early on, they said that. So that's interesting. We know, Sarge. We know.
Yeah.
There were no questions at all about, did you take them somewhere? Could
No.
they be somewhere?
No.
The police have done a number of polygraph tests. They've done 53 formal interviews. Do you know who these people are?
Yeah.
That's a lot of interviews.
It is a lot of interviews. A lot of them are my family, people that live in the area. And those interviews, typically my interview was 4 hours. And a lot of the interviews from my family were 1-2 hours. So there's a lot of time taken up and they ask detailed questions.
Do you know who else actually took a polygraph test?
I mean, I do, but I'm not going to say anything that's going to impede the investigation.
Okay. When did you find out the result of your test?
Immediately right after.
What did they say to you?
You did a good job, you passed.
And how did that feel?
Good.
And did you feel that there was any further suspicion on you after that point, or was that sort of conclusive?
No, that was really when I seen the turning point for it's starting to taper off with investigators.
Do you know if Malaya has taken one?
I don't know if I can say, but I will anyway. Yes, she did take one.
Okay, she took one. Do you know the result?
No, RCMP weren't allowed to tell me. I asked.
You said you feel like everyone in the world wants to know what happened to Lily and Jack.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think this is getting so much attention?
Well, just the mysterious and nature of everything and how strange everything is. The RCMP, you know, I mean, they have to keep a tight lip on everything, but there's a lot more that meets the eye with the case.
Is there something that you think the public doesn't know that you can share, that you want the public to know?
That's a hard one because I don't want to impede the investigation in any way. It is still a missing persons investigation. It hasn't pivoted to any type of criminal investigation. But the kids were seen the day before. I know a lot of people didn't know that. I still see a lot of stuff online that the kids could have been missing for days. They were out of school for days, and they were seen in the Glasgow area on camera the day before this appearance in the afternoon.
Where was that?
I don't know if I can say that, but it was near the Highland Square Mall.
Was it with you?
It was with me, Malaya, and Meadow, and Lily and Jack were there too.
And are the police aware of that?
The police were aware of that since.
Do they have that video?
Yes, they do. I also talked to my coworker in the parking lot as well, and he verified that with investigators as well. So for all the speculation, they were gone days ahead of time, or they were seen the afternoon on camera before this appearance.
Why do you think the police are asking for video dating back, days before that?
Well, the reason for that is they want to see the traffic of the vehicles on the roads in the area, right? Maybe vehicles that were traveling that area a lot over the last few days prior to hand, or vehicles that weren't seen in the area, or vehicles that were seen in the area, like local people that are, you know what I mean, making frequent trips past the house, or which it's all considered evidence. I mean, more pictures and videos is the better.
They say they have hundreds of hours of video. Do you know if they found anything on those videos?
I think it was up to 2 weeks ago, they had footage that they examined for evidence that was 8 kilometers diameter out from the house. So that was after a month. That's how long it took to get footage and review it 8 kilometers out. So
but what's on the video?
I don't know. I'm only limited by what they tell me.
How often are they in touch with you?
Investigators now, I'd say maybe once every 5 days. And usually I'm the one who calls or messages them.
And how's that changed over the course of the 6 weeks?
Well, from the beginning, it was almost daily, tapering off to where it's only like once every 5 days now.
And how do you feel about that?
It's good. It's good and bad. I mean, I like to talk to them in person about any little small details I come up with, or anything I can try to bring to their attention, which may help the investigation. So I don't get to see them often, so it's always over phone or messaging, and it's hard to really convey what you want to say when you're not in person. But then I also know the eye's not on me. The investigators don't see me as part of the disappearance.
How do you?
He seems to be really, I'm not saying obsessed, but very bothered or very worried about people thinking about him being involved. And I understand you should be, but he makes mention of that a lot, and kind of refers to that scenarios like that a lot. Just saying.
You know that.
Well, when you're going from daily to tapering off every 5 days, I mean, I already gave them everything on my phone. I'm the one who originally said, here, take my phone.
Yeah.
We'll go through all my banking information. We'll go through all my stuff on my GPS from Google.
And you were offering all that up right
Yeah,
from the
I
beginning.
offered everything.
And why were you doing that?
To show them that I want to get the investigation moving. I know I have nothing to do with any of it. A lot of speculation is you killed the kids. Was come out and say it straight as it is.
What do you think when you read that?
It's a lot of nonsense, obviously. I know the truth. I didn't kill Lily and Jack. And I just think a lot of people online they're seeking drama. That's the main thing. Everybody's allowed their own opinion, like I said before, but it's hard on the people that were actually there and missing the children. Still haven't got to see any of my kids, including Lily and Jack. And that's been really tough, going from a family of 7, including my other 2 kids that live in Halifax now. Going from a family of 7 in the blink of an eye, your family's ripped apart and you're left alone.
All right.
My heart tells me these.
We don't need to watch that again. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know what to think. It's very frustrating. This is very, very frustrating. It's one of them, just like it reminds me a lot of Summer's case, somewhat of Sebastian's. I just feel like in some ways he's too worried about. That's probably the one thing that bugs me, is that he seems too worried about people worrying that he's involved. That's all. I don't know. I don't know which direction to go with him yet, for sure. I do have feelings and thoughts on it, but that's all at this point. It's just a frustrating situation. All right, so this is the last thing I have on this, and then we need to move on to something different. But this was sent to me, and it's somewhat interesting. Thank you.
Police. No script. Just him. On camera. Daniel Martel. The man everyone suspected, after a silent period, now walked back into the spotlight. No police. No script. Just him. On camera. Answering questions. Looking calm. Too calm. He says he's still searching. He says he passed the polygraph. And the most disturbing thing is that he says she, Malia, is gone. Gone with their daughter. Gone without a word. Just days after Lily and Jack vanished.
Welcome, Beaver.
Darwood says she put them in a car. Belinda says the house felt wrong. Janie saw her on the road. Logan says everything changed when Cindy showed up. So why now? Why come back? And why is no one else speaking? The live stream. On June 19, 2025, During a routine livestream dedicated to the ongoing case of Lily and Jack Sullivan, something unexpected happened. The stream was focused on analyzing new developments and dissecting emerging theories, most of which were beginning to cast suspicion on the children's biological mother, Malia. The chat was active, the conversation intense, when suddenly a new name appeared: Daniel Martel. Not on camera, not in person. He appeared in the live chat. No announcement, no warning, no invitation. He just started typing. At first, people didn't believe it. Could have been a troll, someone pretending. But then the host clicked on the account. It was real. Daniel's old YouTube profile, created in 2012 with a few old Pokémon videos. No doubt, it was actually him. The reaction was instant. Some viewers were skeptical. Others were stunned. The host stopped mid-sentence and said, "I think that's actually him." And the timing couldn't have been more intense. It happened on June 19th, just one day before Daniel's scheduled CPS meeting. Right when rumors about Malia were starting to spread. Right when public opinion was shifting. His appearance didn't answer every question. But it raised new ones. Why now? Why the chat? Why this specific moment? Daniel.
For those of you that don't know, he showed up on Dolly's show when Dolly did a show on this the other night. So, in turn, that's where they were talking about.
His main motivation to speak, it seems, stemmed from his increasing fear for Meadow, the one child who hasn't disappeared but may be at risk. His messages were marked by rage, desperation, and a creeping sense of hopelessness. He described Meadow as everything to him, and expressed alarm that Malia, who was supposed to have 24/7 supervision, had broken CPS protocol. This, he believed, could trigger authorities to remove Meadow from her care. It wasn't just a concern. To Daniel, it was imminent. She broke CPS protocols, and now Meadow is at risk of being taken. She's supposed to have 24/7 supervision. He wrote, repeating the line as if to make it hit harder. The tone of Daniel's chat suggested that this violation was more than procedural. It was about betrayal and fear. He had been silent for weeks, letting the investigation unfold quietly, but this, Meadow being at risk, was his breaking point. He couldn't sit still any longer. It was the fear that history would repeat itself. According to Daniel, Malia has a deeply traumatic history involving the biological father of Lily and Jack. They lived together for 5 years, and the experience was reportedly filled with fear and abuse. That trauma, Daniel implies, has shaped her behavior, her decisions, and ultimately her actions since the children disappeared. It is part of why he believes she's running from the past, from scrutiny, from herself. Daniel confirmed what Logan and Garwood had previously claimed in interviews and on social media. Their version of events aligned with what he was now saying. He validated their concern and emphasized that his own interview with CPS was scheduled for June.
Yeah, this is I believe it's obviously AI. It's a channel called, we did one before with them, crime cases.
20th, 2025. That date, he said, would be a turning point. Malia, according to Daniel, had cut ties with him completely. She no longer answered his calls. One time when she did pick up, she immediately hung up as soon as she recognized his voice. That, Daniel claimed, was proof she couldn't face him without crumbling. She couldn't stay around me because she would crack. I would find out, he insisted. It wasn't that she feared him, it was that he knew her too well. She couldn't maintain a lie in front of him. In one of the most alarming parts of the chat, Daniel said the RCMP investigation had shifted. It was no longer just a missing persons case. It had become a criminal investigation. Despite the weight of that revelation, he insisted. Kids are alive. He revealed that the polygraph tests had only asked about death, and that everyone tested had passed. This detail, vague but intriguing, raised questions about how the police were framing the case internally. Daniel also provided insight into Malia's shifting behavior. He recalled a moment after an initial operations briefing with the RCMP, when Malia told officers she felt safer with Daniel than with anyone else. But that changed. Minutes later, in the back of an ambulance, where she was granted a private conversation with her mother, everything flipped. Malia was a different person, he claimed. From his perspective, the change was instantaneous and terrifying. It marked a turning point in her cooperation and possibly in her loyalties. He believes Malia left immediately after the disappearance, not out of grief or confusion, but because she was hiding something. He doesn't accuse her directly of harming the children, but he implies that she knows far more than she's said, and that her exit was carefully timed to avoid unraveling. He also dropped another disturbing detail. Meadow was extremely important to Malia. So important, in fact, that she once said she would end her own life if the child was taken away from her. This wasn't just maternal instinct. According to Daniel, it bordered on obsession. And when combined with her past trauma, it painted a very fragile and volatile mental state. Daniel said that June 17 and 18 were critical. Those were the days Malia allegedly disappeared with Meadow. She was no longer staying with her mother, and Daniel's attempts to inform investigators of her whereabouts went unanswered. That silence, both from authorities and from Malia, only intensified his fears. Then came the most serious accusation. Daniel claimed that Malia's family had found the missing children and was actively hiding them. He didn't offer evidence, but he pointed fingers, particularly at Cindy, Malia's mother. According to him, she controlled her daughter, manipulated her into silence, and chased away media. Cindy was the gatekeeper, and no one got past her. In a stunning twist, Daniel also alleged that Malia's family had stolen 2 of his sweaters. He believed the intent was to plant the clothing as evidence, framing him for something he didn't do. It was a chilling accusation. If true, it pointed to a calculated plan to shift suspicion. Daniel emphasized that he had taken proactive steps to clear his name. He volunteered for a drug test and had no hesitation about doing so. Meanwhile, he said Malia had a history of marijuana use, something he believes undermines her credibility and stability. He wasn't just trying to make her look bad, he was contrasting cooperation versus avoidance. But the most telling moment of the entire chat session came when Daniel described Malia's last known visit to their home. She didn't come back for her belongings. She came back to grab 3 things: the kids' birth certificates, school photos, and 2 small stuffed animals. Those toys belonged to Jack and Lily. To Daniel, this was the final clue. That's all. Everything Malia owns is still here, he wrote. Her intent wasn't to return. It was to flee, with all 3 kids. That single act, returning only for symbolic items of the children, was perhaps the clearest indication that she was not just grieving. She was preparing. In Daniel's mind, it meant she wasn't alone. She wasn't lost. She had a plan. And she had help. When viewed in full, Daniel's chat painted a disturbing portrait of fear, control, and possible betrayal. He didn't claim to have all the answers. He didn't even say definitively what happened to Lily and Jack. But he offered something that the silence of others couldn't: urgency, pain, and a cry for truth. Whether his claims are fully accurate or not, the insight they offer into the psychological landscape of this case is invaluable. Daniel believes the children are alive. He believes there's still time. And he believes the truth is being buried by people who were supposed to protect these children, not hide them. If Daniel is right, then this is not just a missing persons case. It is a tragedy in motion, powered by silence, shaped by trauma, and waiting to be uncovered. However, it's important to note that these details have not been officially verified, and Daniel's identity on the livestream was confirmed only through a few basic steps, not through any formal authentication. What shocked many viewers was how much of Daniel's latest information pointed directly at Malia, especially considering that not long ago, his previous statements had focused more on himself, with little to no mention of her at all. That even made many people at that time believe that he was protecting her. On June 19, 2025, Daniel Martel finally spoke publicly in an exclusive interview. For the first time since the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan, he laid out his side of the story. His tone was calm, but heavy, his words chosen carefully. He said that, "I know the truth. I didn't kill Lily and Jack. That statement set the tone for everything that followed. Daniel explained that he didn't wait for law enforcement to come to them. He went straight to them. He volunteered for a polygraph test, handed over his phone, gave full access to his Google location history, bank records, and social accounts. The polygraph.
Yeah, they verified it, Alicia. They played it and listened to some of what was going on. It's his voice. It's definitely him.
Examiner reportedly told him that, "You did a good job. You passed." But what unsettled Daniel, more than the test itself, was the kind of questions the police asked. They didn't ask him if he took the kids. They asked if he killed them. He seemed genuinely frustrated that the investigation had already made up its mind that Lily and Jack were dead. One of the most important details Daniel revealed was the existence of surveillance footage. On May 1st, just one day before the children were reported missing, Daniel, a woman who was believed as Malaya, Meadow, Lily and Jack were all seen together at Highland Square Mall. According to Daniel, the video was handed over to RCMP and corroborated by a coworker who saw them at the mall. That's proof they were alive hours before. And yet the video hasn't been made public. Daniel says he doesn't understand why. It's real. It's clear, he insisted. If it's legitimate, it changes the timeline significantly. It also raises another issue. If Malaya was with the children at the mall on May 1st, why hasn't anyone seen or heard from her since? And why didn't Daniel bring that up during the interview? The fact that Daniel avoided any deeper discussion about Malaya's role is one of the more curious aspects of his interview. He didn't speculate on her disappearance. He didn't suggest that she might be withholding information. He didn't express confusion or concern over her silence. He just left it there unspoken. That silence, in and of itself, raises questions. Daniel also shared that the police were reviewing traffic footage from an 8-kilometer radius around the Sullivan home. He says RCMP were trying to identify unfamiliar cars or patterns that might suggest someone came and took the children. But weeks had gone by, and Daniel hadn't heard anything back. Over time, Daniel noticed something else. The frequency of contact with law enforcement decreased. Where they used to call every day, it eventually dropped to every 5 days. He interpreted this as a sign they no longer considered him a suspect. He said that, "The eyes aren't on me anymore." Whether that's relief or overconfidence depends on how you choose to hear it. One of the most painful parts of the interview came when Daniel talked about his family. He said he hasn't seen any of the children, not Lily, not Jack, not even Meadow, since the day everything fell apart. Despite cooperating fully, Child Protective Services denied him access. He said he did everything right, his voice cracking. "Why can't I see my daughter?" Once a father in a household of 7, Daniel now lives entirely alone. It's worth noting that Daniel confirmed he lived with all the children and Malaya in the same home. That detail gives weight to his emotional claims, but also implies he would know about any underlying tensions or dynamics that led up to the disappearance. His experience wasn't casual, it was personal, lived in, long term. Still, the one name he avoided most during the interview was the one name many believe holds answers, Malaya. He never questioned her. He never expressed suspicion. He never said whether the police had interviewed her, or if she had cooperated at all. Given that she was the last known adult with the children, this omission is hard to ignore. In the end, Daniel Martel's interview painted a picture of a man trying to clear his name while dealing with the loss of a family. He emphasized transparency. He emphasized trauma. But what lingered after the broadcast wasn't just what Daniel said. It was what he didn't. The bizarre step of the case. This phase of the case might just be one of the strangest yet. Just a little over 2 weeks ago, there hadn't been a single meaningful update. No new statements. No one stepping forward to claim any connection to the children, and certainly no one speaking out as an insider. And then, seemingly overnight, everything shifted. Suddenly, people close to both Daniel and Malaya began to come forward. Not just casual acquaintances, but individuals deeply involved in their lives, offering new details, new perspectives, and in some cases, startling accusations. The question now is, does this sudden wave of disclosure signal a turning point in the investigation? Or is it just a sign of growing pressure, cracking open long-held silence? Let's talk first with Logan. He is either a close relative or trusted friend of Daniel Martel. From the very
Logan, this is ridiculous. I hate this AI shit. Logan is Daniel's cousin, and it's a female.
very first days after the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan, he was present at the scene, standing beside Daniel. More than just a supporter. Logan speaks like someone who lived through the chaos, witnessing the family dynamics, emotional breakdowns, and internal shifts firsthand. His words aren't based on speculation. They come from shared experience.
I don't know, Demon, for a fact. That's never been really spoken about a lot, but I don't know. I can't give an answer on that. And yes, Logan is his female cousin. I hate when they do that. Logan is a she, correct.
He's called Daniel, the one fighting for them. Says, "We've been through a lot," and expresses a deep sense of betrayal with, "They turned on us." This isn't commentary from a distance. This is someone who was there. Logan shared a key detail that stunned many. According to him, on the morning of May 2, before everything unraveled, Malaha told Officer Mason that she felt safest when she was with Daniel. Those weren't just words. She meant it. That statement was made directly to a law enforcement officer, which is why, when Malaya abruptly left the next day, blocked Daniel on social media, and cut all ties, everyone, including Officer Mason, was shocked. Logan couldn't make sense of it. Why would someone leave the only person they felt safe with, right in the middle of a crisis? For Logan, the answer lies with Cindy, Malaya's mother. He firmly believes that the moment Cindy arrived, everything changed. Cindy, he says, has a powerful grip on her daughter. It wasn't long after her arrival that Malahia abandoned Daniel and disappeared. Logan describes it as a sudden shift, like plans were made behind closed doors. And once they were set in motion, there was no going back. He believes Cindy was the one pulling the strings, deciding what came next. Though he doesn't say it outright, Logan implies something deeper may be at play. He hints at the possibility of outside interference, maybe legal, maybe familial, that allowed Malahia to leave so suddenly and stay protected. He even says it felt like someone made a call and, boom, she was gone, protected. It's a chilling suggestion. One that implies this may not just be a family crisis, it might be a cover-up. What frustrates Logan the most is the system's reaction. Despite Daniel being the only one cooperating with investigators, submitting to a polygraph, giving up his phone, staying public.
Well, from what was stated, Cat Lady, whether it's true or not, we don't know, but it was stated that Cindy tried to argue with her when she took off to go to the reservation, and she did it anyway. So I don't know. Said she fought with her to get her to stay there, but she kept going. That's again, if that's all true. That family picture that was up there a few minutes ago, that was one of the first photos released afterward. But yeah, and he said that his daughter is 8. The boy, I think, is 6 or 7. I think you're right. Yeah.
He was stripped of his right to see his infant daughter, Meadow. CPS took her away. No explanation. No charges. No justice. Meanwhile, the people who fled the scene and refused to cooperate still have custody or influence. To Logan, that's a broken system, punishing the wrong man. Logan also talked about the emotional pressure they're facing. He and Daniel have received death threats online. They're being targeted while doing the very thing others have refused to do: speak up. What scares Logan most is the silence from everyone else. He believes silence in a missing person's case isn't a sign of trauma. It's a sign of guilt. He said, "If you had nothing to hide,
thank you, Christy,
you'd be speaking." Though it was only mentioned briefly, Logan made a pointed reference to something most people missed. He spoke about a back entrance, a hallway, and the possibility that a vehicle came to the property that morning. He implied there could have been a quiet transfer, someone picking up the children without commotion. It's not a proven theory, but it's the kind of detail that should have raised red flags. Tire tracks. A car that came and left, and nobody talking about it. In the end, Logan's message was clear. He's not asking people to stop investigating. He's not saying Daniel is above suspicion, but he is demanding balance. He wants people to ask, why did Malia vanish? Why is Cindy silent? Why is the only man cooperating being dragged through the mud? He also asked. They made Daniel the villain from day one, and now, no one's even asking where the mother went. Another figure who's recently come forward, with explosive claims, is Darwood O'Grady. And what he's revealed could change everything. Darwood O'Grady isn't just a name in the margins of the Sullivan case. He's someone who stood next to Daniel Martel when everything started falling apart. From the first day Lily and Jack went missing, Darwood was there. He's never stated his exact relation to Daniel, but it's clear their bond runs deeper than friendship. He was present at the scene, in the homes, in the panic, and he was the one who pushed Daniel to stop staying quiet and start telling the truth. He was told to stay quiet. Darwood said. I told him no. Tell the truth. That isn't something you say if you're just a neighbor. That's something a brother in arms says when things go dark. Darwood knew Daniel's life, the tension in the household, and most importantly, he knew what wasn't being said. But Darwood didn't just know Daniel. He knew Malia. He had spent time in Cindy's house, Malia's mother's place, where everything took a sharp turn. He didn't need to guess what kind of person she was becoming. He had seen the shift. He spoke like someone who used to matter to her. And when she bolted out of Cindy's home in the middle of the night with Meadow, her baby girl, he knew exactly why. Darwood explained that she heard he said the name, and she was gone in minutes. That wasn't coincidence, it was fear. Fear that whatever truth Darwood held might unravel what she was trying so hard to hide. He didn't pull punches. Darwood flat out stated that he was almost 100% sure Malia put Lily and Jack into a vehicle and orchestrated their disappearance. He said that he knew who had driven the vehicle. I knew what vehicle was used. This wasn't a wild internet theory. This was someone who had seen the subtle signs, the changes in behavior, the secrecy, the misdirection. He wasn't guessing, he was remembering. Remembering the moment the dogs lost the children's scent at the end of the driveway. He saw where the dogs stopped. And for Darwood, that was the confirmation he didn't want, but couldn't ignore. He wasn't shy about calling it like it is. Darwood believed Malia had snapped, emotionally, psychologically. He suspected postpartum, depression and unresolved family conflict had pushed her to a breaking point. She didn't think clearly. She panicked. She made it worse, he said. And maybe that's why, to this day, she hasn't come forward. Maybe she can't face the weight of what she's done, or what she's set in motion. But what made things worse, according to Darwood, wasn't just what Malia did, it was who helped her get away. He believes she's being protected. He named the Shubenacadie Reservation as a likely hideout where her legal representation ties directly to the community's leadership. Her lawyer is allegedly the brother of the local chief. That kind of cultural and legal insulation makes her nearly untouchable, and Darwood knows it. He also brought forward a chilling near miss, an encounter with Janie, Daniel's stepmother, the morning of May 2. Janie showed up at the house, and there was Malia, standing on the side of the road, fidgeting with her phone, looking guilty, like she just did something. Darwood is convinced Janie arrived just moments after Lily and Jack were taken away, and that the children were already gone by the time she stepped out of the car. It was that close, and no one stopped it. More disturbing still was Darwood's statement that others in Malia's family likely know the truth, but are keeping quiet. They think they're protecting her, but they're not protecting the kids. That line cut deeper than any accusation. Because in that moment, Darwood wasn't just blaming one person. He was blaming an entire system of silence. A network of relatives who, knowingly or unknowingly, may have enabled a disappearance they'll never be able to explain. For a larger viewpoint, it's hard not to raise an eyebrow when you look at how tightly aligned the stories of Daniel, Logan, and Darwood are. The timing of their statements, all surfacing within days of each other.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for that video. There's more to it, but it's all stuff that we've already talked about. It would just be repeating again and again and again. There's no point in that. So we're going to move on. There's a lot. This case is, like I said, is beyond frustrating, and it's a lot of, I don't even know how to explain it, you guys. It reminds me of, like I said, Summer and Sebastian in some senses. It's crazy. So, let's see here, guys. I did have another story I wanted to share with you real quick here. Just give me a minute to load it in. All right, moving on. Okay. Let me throw this up real quick.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for
just in case, because this might bug some people. Just a heads up. I know it bugs the hell out of me in a bad way, so here we go.
New tonight, the city of Phoenix will pay out a $2 million settlement for the wrongful death of a 2-year-old boy back in 2022. The family said Phoenix firefighters refused to take him to the hospital after he started having a seizure, telling them that it's normal. Thanks for joining us tonight. For 12 News at 10, I'm Mark Curtis.
And I'm Troy Hayden. Caribe is off tonight. 12 News journalist Chase Golightly spoke exclusively with the family's attorney, and he joins us live outside Phoenix City Hall. So what's all this about, Chase?
Troy, Mark, according to those court documents, the boy's mother pleaded with firefighters to take him to the hospital, but they told her it wasn't necessary. Then just hours later, that little boy died. You should always be able to count on firefighters to help in your time of need. But for the Clugston family in Phoenix, they said that didn't happen.
I've never in my life, ever, especially if the parent or a patient is begging us or asking us to take them, ever refused transporting somebody to the hospital. This is insane to me. Blows my mind, folks. This is bad. You do what you got to do, Alicia. I understand. But I'm putting this out here because these things should never happen. This is bad. Very bad.
For their 2-year-old son, Abraham.
I almost didn't believe what had occurred.
Brianne Slack is their attorney, who filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the city of Phoenix and its fire department. According to court documents in 2022, Abraham's mom said her son suffered a seizure for the first time and had a fever. She immediately called 911.
She was panicking.
When Phoenix firefighters arrived, the document claims the mom begged them to transport Abraham to the hospital, but firefighters said that wasn't necessary and that Abraham was fine. They said instead to just give the 2-year-old Tylenol and ibuprofen.
No, and that's what you don't do. And like Demon said, don't judge all firefighters because this is not protocol. We don't do that. We don't. Never has this ever happened that I've ever seen here within the realm of where I worked through. If you have especially a seizure, meaning that maybe the temperature was too high, got too high, you immediately transport, period. If the parents are asking you to do it, especially begging you, you should be already gone, okay? That's all I'm saying. If the child had never had seizures before, there's definitely a problem. Even if he was known to have seizures regularly, we have a problem. You don't not do this. Anybody that ever refuses to transport, especially a 2-year-old, needs their head checked. This is wrong.
When the mom insisted, they reportedly told her that she was overreacting.
She's told, calm down, you're overreacting, it's just a seizure. All kids have seizures.
Trusting the firefighters.
So what it seems to be here to me is that these fucks, is what I'm going to call them, were being lazy, didn't want to do paperwork, and didn't want to take the time out of their day to do this. Because there's paperwork, and you have to do this and do that with it. That's your job. Do it. Deal with it.
She listened. She gave Abraham Tylenol and ibuprofen like they recommended. Then
He was found unresponsive less than 6 hours later.
she called 911 again. This time they did rush the toddler to Phoenix Children's Hospital, but after life-saving efforts, the family was told Abraham had died.
It was heartbreaking and shocking. They called out relying on Phoenix EMS and relied on their consultation, their advice, saying that he doesn't need to be taken to the hospital. He's fine.
Leading to this lawsuit being filed against those firefighters and the city for their son's death. The Clugston family sending us a statement that reads in part, whether it was poor decision-making that day or it was a flaw in the procedure that needed to be exposed and addressed, Abraham's death could have and should have been prevented. Now, years later,
passes 9-0.
The Phoenix City Council agreed to pay the Clugston family $2 million to settle the case.
At the end of the day, the settlement is not going to bring Abraham back, but the family have been very vocal about wanting to pursue some kind of reform.
Demanding policy change so no one else's child will go through what Abraham.
This is not policy. That's the thing. If it is policy, that's insane. I've never seen that in my life. That is not standard operating procedure. That is not protocol. If a family member of a patient requests, or the patient themselves requests transport, then you do it. Especially if it's within that city realm, okay? That makes no sense. No sense to me. This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. And that's why I was showing this and sharing this with you guys, because I can't believe this. And if this ever comes up, this is why I'm sharing with you again. You look at them and tell them, no, you will transport my child or my relative or whoever right now, or you contact law enforcement and say they're refusing to do it. Because in a sense, folks, in my opinion, this child was murdered because of this. That's how I look at this, okay? I'm sorry to say that, but that's exactly what this is to me. If they would have transported that child to the hospital, the doctors in the emergency room would have seen what was actually going on. These are not doctors. EMS first responders are not doctors. They cannot make that kind of a call. They can tell you what we know. This is what it looks like. But we will transport just to have this baby checked out, just to be sure. That's what protocol is. This pisses me off to no end. No end. I can't believe that this happened. My daughter had 2 in the second one when I called on when they came, but they did tell me that no point to go now. They can't. That's not true. That is not true, Christy. Because you don't know what's going on for sure. There could be no. Good God, I'm so sorry that happened, and thank God you did that. Oh, wow. No. Yeah, no. This can't be true. Oh, my God. Yeah, you always transport, period. That's standard protocol, no matter what. And let me find out this was because of insurance. Let me find that out, because I'm going to blow up. I'm telling you right now, because there are places that do that now, that if you don't have insurance, they do the very minimum. Yeah, I'm beyond glad that you drove her, Christy. That's insane. Especially after having a seizure, you should always be checked out because you don't know. It could have caused some kind of damage, depending on the type of seizure it was, especially. This is fucking insane. Excuse my language, guys, but I'm beyond hot over this.
Abraham did. Now, we did receive a statement from the city of Phoenix a few hours after the council made the approval. It says, quote, the city of Phoenix extends its deepest condolences following this incident. As with any incident, an internal review was conducted and steps have been taken to improve training and procedures, adding the city remains dedicated to protecting the.
The only thing I would accept is if they fired those idiots and they lost their licenses, period. You don't do this. You just don't do this.
Community. We're live in downtown Phoenix tonight. Chase Golightly, 12 News.
All right, Chase, thank you for the report.
Makes me sick. That makes me absolutely sick. Unbelievable. Just sick. And again, my language, my apologies, but that's just no way. No way. That kind of shit, just no. That's what gives EMS workers and firefighters a bad name when they're really not, okay? Unbelievably insane. So, that's, again, like I said, I wanted to share that because I don't want anybody going through that. You see something like that, or if that's said to you, nope. No, that is not how that works. Just so you know. All right, let's see what we got coming up next. No problem, Alicia. And my apologies, but I had to show that because, like I said, I don't want anybody else going through that, and anybody ever being told that you're wrong. They're wrong. Sorry. All right, let's see what we got next here. Oh, it definitely needs to be heard. You're lucky I'm not anywhere near close to Phoenix. That's all I can say. I'd be screaming from the hilltops on that one. You know what? Let's move on to something different completely. Let's see what we got that's strange today, guys. Some weird, crazy, strange stuff out there. Give me 1 minute. That way you now know, folks. Never allow that to happen. Never allow that to be. Do not allow them to go against your feelings. They don't have that right. All right, let's see what we got, y'all. It's weird, wild, and crazy that goes on in our world right now. Of course, to see what you think of it as well. By the way, I love this stuff, so, you know. Let me see here. Show. I got a couple. I'm just trying to decide which one would be the best one to show you. I actually got a couple I might show you. Wait a minute. You guys, well, let me see. Do you want, yeah, let's go with this one just because. Exactly, JC. I don't care if it's a sprained ankle, because you just don't know. And especially if there's seizure activity, that can cause many swelling on the brain. It can cause all sorts of different things, and you just don't know until you go and you have those things checked, period. Because if you were to just let it be, things like that happen, and then guess what happens? It only takes a little bit of time to get checked out, folks. That's all. That's all I'm saying. All right, so everybody remembers the drone situation going on a while back that got quiet all of a sudden, right? Oh, yeah, we're going with James. I love James. Anytime we do any weird, wild, and crazy stuff. Actually, Phenomenal Mom, that's funny you said that. Because I had a couple different things here. One second here. Since you brought it up, we'll go with that one today then. Since you brought it up, we're gonna go with that one, Phenomenal Mom. I had like 3 of them that I could have picked from, and I love. Yes, it's the AI boy. Even though it's not, he does sound like he's AI. I know. I love his stuff, guys. Go check out his channel. He does have some really cool stuff. If you're into any kind of paranormal phenomenon type stuff, it's great to throw the mix out into what we talk about. I always like to share one of these wild, crazy stories, at least one a day. And he does some really great stuff. I like the channel. Go check out his channel if you will. I like it. So let's check it out. Thank you to Phenomena Mom for making the choice for me, guys. We're looking at and talking about mermaids today.
So trust me, you're going to want to watch this video. This is, I'm not even sure how to put this, but there's this thing going on right now on social media, and a lot of people are talking about how the elites, how celebrities supposedly have been having these secret parties, rituals involving mermaids.
What I'm about to say might be the weirdest
It happened in 2022, yes, JC, and they just finished up with it recently.
Sentence that you ever hear in your entire life.
I am pretty skeptical about it, but this is exactly why I decided to make a video, because it's trending right now all over social media. Everyone's talking about it. It's on TikTok, it's on Reddit, on YouTube. You'll hear about this very soon if you haven't. But the thing is, as I dig deeper into this, I actually found a couple of things that make this all very weird.
But apparently there's a secret government organization out in the middle of the ocean, B613.
We got another one over here. What are those?
So there's a bunch of crazy stuff that actually makes this all very weird. One of them is, there are indeed celebrities who built homes at the beach specifically for these kind of parties, and we'll be taking a closer look into this.
Se dice que Cantinflas vio a estas criaturas desde su estatua y desde entonces se celebraban fiestas secretas ahí con las sirenas.
There's also the fact that there's a bunch of videos that may actually prove that mermaids are not just some legend, and also the fact that Sauce 90, a guy who was recording mermaids back in 2022, may actually be a crew member of one of these teams that hunts for mermaids. And after
That's amazing, KDP. I'm so sorry you went through that. It's a horrible thing, and I'm glad that it's been able to be dealt with. God love it, and God bless.
after being visited by several entities, he went missing. This is a theory that someone came up with, and I decided to investigate further.
Source 90. The is legit here. Peep game, let's be sneaky. You're gonna be out here doing testing. Testing what? What the are you guys testing? That's what I want to know.
Now, the plot twist would be that Sauce 90 wasn't actually being chased by mermaids. He was possibly one of the crew members of a team who hunts mermaids for these supposed elite parties. This is, of course, just a theory, but it would actually make...
Absolutely, KD. Amen. God bless. That is amazing. I'm so glad to hear that. I love hearing stories like that. I really do. That's amazing.
Much more sense on why he got approached by certain entities, his account was banned, and then he went missing for a while.
So I think we all got a bit of a shock when we logged on to see that Source 90's account had been taken down for violating community guidelines.
There's also dozens of videos popping up right now all over social media of people talking about similar stories and how they have seen or heard something about this before. So this is either a really big distraction, which could be the case, or this could be something else. But because we know even less about the ocean than we know about space, there's a bunch of legends, myths, ancient maps, depictions, and natives and tribes and cultures have talked about them for centuries. There's even this legend, Japanese legend, that if you eat a mermaid, you will live forever. I decided to take a closer look into this to see if there's any truth to it. So let's start with the basic. And that would be the video of this woman that started all of this trend a week ago, posted by JLee207. And this is the first video of its kind that was uploaded about this topic. Let's take a look at this.
Somebody told me the coolest story about a company that catches big fish, if you can call them that. So this guy named Landon, he's like 28 years old. He's living with his parents. He's fresh out of prison. He bounces back and forth from job to job. And finally, his parents put him out on his ass. They're like, look, you need to go call your cousin. He has a fishing charter. You know, get in touch with him and see if you can't go to work for your cousin, Travis. Landon leaves the Midwest and goes to the East Coast to this little fishing community.
So she basically explains how this man got a job with his cousin in his fishing charter. He later finds out that another crew took over his fishing charter and how it's not his anymore. And this is when things get fishy and very interesting.
You didn't tell me up until now that this was not your crew. So Landon's like, okay, let's just go ahead and do it. And Travis is showing Landon all around the boat, and they walk into this room. They had left the kitchen area, and he showed him where the bunks were and everything else. Well, they walked through to get to the bunks through a room that had some tanks in it, okay? But these weren't normal at all. It was kind of like this, but it had a bluish fluid in it, okay? And he said that it had wheels on it, and there were these little things that snapped down to the ground to hold it in place, but you could also unsnap them, and you could wheel it around, kind of like this color. So out of curiosity, he's like, Travis, what are those for? And he was like, oh, those are for the big payday, okay? Those are from when we get big bonus. That's big bonus time. And he explains to him that Captain Burgess has a very specific clientele over certain types of fish that they will get a mega bonus, okay?
So from this point on, the captain of the crew comes over to this guy and makes him sign an NDA so that he can continue working there. And this is what happens.
He said the first 2 days they were out there, it was just regular fish. Well, it was a stormy night, and they were going to head back in because it was going to be really bad. And Captain Burgess had all this equipment in his office and everything else, you know. And he was like, no, we're not going back in. We got something big up. And he said what he saw inside was like nothing he had ever seen before, probably ever will again if he ever lives to tell the story again. He said that it was like a pasty, whitish green skin, okay? And the fin, okay, from like the hip bone down, like the hip bones were huge. But from there down, it was just like the body of a fish. And he said that it was like bright, greenish white, silvery scales. And very slimy. And like greenish black hair. And wasn't pretty. And he's like, I did not sign up for this. What the f is going on? And so he asked his cousin that night, and he's like, don't make a big deal out of it.
So after seeing this, he explains how he was completely in shock. He didn't know what to make of it. And seeing that fish, the huge fish that looked like a mermaid, was one of the worst or most bizarre feelings that he had ever had. But then things get even weirder.
Well, something really sinister is afoot, and he doesn't even realize it. They ended up going to port, and they went to a different warehouse, and they took this siren to a different warehouse, and it was set up like a restaurant. Come to find out, these clientele, he had sonar machines and everything to track these things down. And they were all there, the crew was there and everything else. And these people, okay, that had him go and catch this thing. And they say it's like really common among the wealthy. And they put it on a gurney, they pushed it out, and they all had their knives and forks and everything else. It was set up like hibachi, sort of.
So I don't know if I believe in any of this.
They eat the damn thing? You're kidding me. Oh my God. I don't even... On we go.
So this is where things get really sinister. She continues on and states that they went back and caught another mermaid, and she describes how it looks.
So they ended up not seeing any on the next 4 or 5 trips out, and he was like, thank God that.
Yeah, they ate it. There's a rumor that if you eat a mermaid, you'll live forever. He said that wealthy, very wealthy, very, very wealthy people pay to do this. They pay these people to hunt these things down, and then they eat them. Oh, Mama Bear, what the hell? Nom, 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 nom. I mean, come on, y'all. This is crazy. I mean, that's crazy. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Thank you very much.
It's over. Well, they ended up running into another one, but this one was a fighter. And it didn't look the same, okay? Like, this one had a blackish tone skin with, white colored hair, whitish green colored hair. He was like, it was super duper weird.
And looking at the comments, I found a bunch of people stating that they have heard stories of mermaids before, one that actually saw the same creature as she describes. So this whole story could be entirely made up. But there's still a bunch of videos out there of people who supposedly caught mermaids on camera. We're going to be taking a look into that.
Ó, gente, eu tava assistindo o Casé TV, né? Eles estão reproduzindo. Fico olhando nesse canto aqui da imagem, ó. Gente, o que é isso?
Can't tell me this isn't mermaid's tail.
This is crazy. I heard it. I heard it. I hear it.
There's also this comment from Jacqueline Mara. I just saw the mermaid thing, and it made me remember Lady Gaga played a mermaid in one of her videos. Maybe this is a reference. And there's this part. Now, it's really weird how in this clip I actually feel like they're referencing one of these parties, but the question is, why would they be eating mermaids? Is there anything to it? Eternal life, or at least a very long lifespan. So, okay, so Hollywood, celebrities, yeah, okay, still far.
Hang on a minute. What? Just a minute here. I love seafood, but I don't think if this was real, I don't think you could get me to do this. Sorry. No.
Played a mermaid in one of her videos. Maybe this is a reference.
And yes, I do freaky. By the way, that's Kelly Severide. This is a Gaga video. That's Kelly Severide from Chicago Fire. That's weird. Very weird.
And there's this part. Now, it's really weird how in this clip I actually feel like they're referencing one of these parties, but the question is, why would they be eating mermaids? Is there anything to it? Eternal life, or at least a very long lifespan.
Did they really? No way. I didn't know that. They used to date. Well, at least he didn't eat her. That's good. Well, that's wild. I can't picture those two together. That's weird. Anyway, on we go.
So, okay, so Hollywood, celebrities, yeah, okay, still far-fetched, exaggerated, but I see where this is coming from and I see where this could be going. Let's see if there's anything else to it. And the Little Mermaid tried and called humans fish eaters. Maybe he knew something was going on with these people too. There are mermaid tails in the kitchen when the chef is searching for Sebastian. Right at this part, we're here. What are those? It looks exactly like what she described as mermaid tails. The color and the texture and everything else.
It was just like the body of a fish. And he said that it was like bright, greenish white, silvery scales.
Let's see if we can find anything else. So the one that stands out here is this guy, Mario Moreno or Cantinflas.
The dark case of Cantinflas and his mansion in Acapulco, where there were mermaids? Mario Moreno, better known as Cantinflas, has a very strange obsession, mermaids. Such was his obsession that he built a mansion dedicated to them.
So who was Mario Moreno? So he was a comedian, an actor, a Mexican actor. So apparently this is the mansion that he built dedicated to mermaids. This entire part of the mansion was meant for the mermaids to come over. He was completely obsessed with it, and this guy states that there were actual parties with mermaids.
It all begins when in a bar in Mexico City, she meets an enigmatic man who said his name was Carlos Lorenzo Hernandez. This man not only listened to Mario's fantasy, but proposed a very crazy plan. Carlos gave Cantinflas a special quartz that had the power to summon the mermaids. And after this, he made the suggestion to build a mansion by the sea, this in Acapulco. But not just any house, it had to include a statue of himself, of Cantinflas, looking towards the sea, and the whole house should be decorated with marine figures. Supposedly, this whole ritual would attract mermaids. Sometime later, in the early morning, it is said that Cantinflas saw these creatures from his statue, and since then, secret parties were held there with the mermaids.
Secret parties with mermaids. You thought you heard it all, right? What else?
After his death, and due to legal problems,
What? He don't know. He don't know. Mermaids, please show receipts. Third, yeah, I don't believe this. Just so you guys know, it is crazy. It is weird, and that's what I was going for. But come on, y'all. Like, let's be realistic here. Please. Ain't nobody eating Ariel. That's wild. Back to it. Under the sea.
the mansion was abandoned. And this is where somewhat disturbing stories come, because many people who have decided to enter say they hear spectral laughter and little voices coming from the corridors. Others say that they feel that the statue is watching them with a very indescribable energy, as if something or someone is alive inside it. There are people who claim to see shadows moving inside the house and have reported marine figures, not exactly animals, lurking from the house. If only the mermaids had never stopped visiting this place. The scariest thing is that legend says that the statue of Cantinflas comes to life on certain nights, and after this it is thrown into
Sarge was in here, Luz. He came in earlier.
the sea and then returns. Mario Moreno's wishes left a supernatural mark on this place. Or perhaps, as in other cases, they are exaggerated stories that feed this myth.
I would bet on more exaggerated than the real deal. The thing is, there are actual videos of people who supposedly capture mermaids on cameras. Most of them, I'm pretty sure, are fake. Really strange part is that a lot of people are linking Sauce 90 to being part of one of these crews that allegedly are hunting mermaids for these elite parties.
At the docks, though? Hey, yo, you hear that?
The bones that come up are like vertebrae and stuff, but nobody's seen anything like this. Absolutely. You've never seen anything like this?
Now, this is all just a theory and a crazy one. but it would make sense, and we're going to be exploring this in a few minutes. But before, let's take a look at Tiff's Ghost Talk. She posted a video 5 days ago, one of these stories that she received from an anonymous user of one of these parties, secret parties between the elite, celebrities, and mermaids. This is what she has to say.
Not only are mermaids real, but the wealthy are serving them as the main dish at their parties. I just got an email from someone that's been to one of those parties, allegedly. I'm still sick, so just deal with it. This entire email came about from the viral video that's going around right now. And I get this email from the guy asking if I'd seen that video on my For You page, because he wanted to keep his story private, but he figured since it was on everyone's For You page, he might as well tell it. That he had been living out in LA for a while. He'd made quite a few connections, that he'd been running around with the elite for about 6 or 7 months when he got this invitation in the mail.
So she goes on to explain how this person was supposedly invited to a party in Hollywood. And then he goes over to this place. There's this host explaining how they're going to have this very special party involving different kinds of food. It's this moment where they open up this table and there's supposedly a mermaid there. And there's this audible gasp and everyone's kind of frightened by what they're looking at. And he doesn't accept the fact that they're going to eat that. So he wants to get the heck out of there. And this is what happens.
So he's just looking at it like, what the hell? The entire time he's thinking, okay, this is something that they have like made to look like a mermaid. There's no way this is an actual mermaid. But then the servers stepped forward to prepare it. And that's when he realized that it actually was a mermaid. He said as each piece was presented to the people around the table, he could smell this woodsy floral scent. He said it was a smell he'd never smelled before. Everyone there seemed very excited to try it, and he could tell that some of them had already had it before. Like this wasn't their first time attending one of these parties. He's watching in horror as all the people are like eating this and acting like it's the best thing they've ever had in their life. He said out loud, "This is some kind of joke, right?" The host says, "Once you try a bite, you'll believe that it's real." He couldn't make himself do it. He pushed away from the table. He said out loud, "You guys are nuts. This is insane. If this is what this really is, like, I don't want any part of it." Everyone at the table just kind of laughs.
Oh my.
So he leaves. He's walking through the house trying to find his way out. And he ends up back around the kitchen and he hears this bubbling sound. He said it resembled like what you would hear in an aquarium or something. He could see that this one door was like slightly ajar. He pushed it open and there were tanks all in the room full of mermaids. Some of them were very aware that they were there. And then some kind of looked incoherent.
So let's just say that this could be real. I'm not saying it is. I don't believe it is. But there should be videos of such things, right? And so there is this man, like I said in the beginning of this video, Sauce90. He was a fisherman.
What is wrong with Margot Robbie? Nothing is wrong with her. Especially when she plays, what's her name in Batman? Or, you know what I mean, the Joker's girlfriend. Yes. I'm not hating, but I don't understand the appeal. How could... Are you... What? You're crazy. Yes, Harley Quinn. Yes, I loved her when she played that one. That part was great.
And he had been posting videos of his fishing trips. And in his videos, he captured what appears to be mermaids, vocalization, that sort of stuff.
Sauce9, you know what it is, man. Just finished another fishing trip. Whole fishing trip. Heard no noises whatsoever. Until we got into unload. Peep this video. Crazy. At the docks, though? Hey, yo, you hear that? I know what that is. I know what the that is. That bitch followed me the in. Oh, at the docks, though?
So back in those days, Sauce90 was recording a bunch of strange stuff like this vocalization and other videos and encounters.
Saw something strange under the water this trip.
What if there's a plot twist here and he's not actually being chased by mermaids? What if he's actually hunting them and he just can't say it out loud? What if he's actually captured a mermaid inside of that boat and the noise that we're hearing, the vocalization that we're hearing, in this video isn't one at the docks chasing him. It's one locked inside of his boat. It would make much more sense in relation to the things that actually happened to him afterwards.
This is crazy. I heard it. I heard it. I hear it. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's nuts.
There, I see it. That could be a tale, could be an illusion, but that's strange.
I got another one over here. What are those?
Look at that. What is that?
What the fuck's going on?
Let me just pause here. Now remember, this is live. He actually is doing this live, which would make things really hard to fake. I'm not sure if these are mermaids, but take a look.
On each side of the boat? What are those trails? What's something swimming fast underneath that water? Something swimming real fast underneath that water. I hear him. Where's she at? What the f is that noise, bro? What is that noise?
But then he goes on recording these live streams of these vocalizations and other strange things that would happen to him.
Can you hear me? Yo, that shit was instantaneous, bro. Oh, I gotta watch my step out here, man.
And then after that, his Instagram account got blocked.
So I think we all got a bit of a shock when we logged on to see that Source 90's account had been taken down for violating community guidelines.
And after that, a scientific research entity intercepted his boat.
Source 90, the government is legit here. Peep game, let's be sneaky. That was full of water. My pants are wet. Cut! Source 90, dry pants now. Let's check out these motherfuckers. You're gonna be out here doing testing. Testing what? What the f are you guys testing? That's what I wanna know. We all know Source 90 has heard certain things out in the ocean, and then my TikTok gets banned, and then the government shows up my boat. It's too many coincidences.
Maybe it is a coincidence, or maybe he was part of a team who actually hunted mermaids for these elite parties, and they saw the videos and they went for him. If I'm not mistaken, he even went missing for a while after these videos were posted.
So today was the day. I got a call back from the Whaling Museum, and they had an expert there who was willing to talk to me about the bone that I had found.
So after a few months without posting, he came back with more supposed evidence of mermaids. He took it to the Whaling Museum, and this is what happened.
Don't know what it is.
Yeah, everybody's saying they never seen nothing like it. Usually the bones that come up are like vertebrae and stuff, but nobody's seen anything like this.
Took a photo. Bob asked me to take a photo of it.
Absolutely. You've never seen anything like this?
No. I don't know what it is.
That's crazy.
But for now, this is all I could find on this crazy theory, but there's a couple of things that caught my attention. One of them is there's a Mexican celebrity that was sent to have these crazy mermaid parties. Exactly what happens in these stories that were told this last week. Then you have the music clips, the videos, and the movies that portray such things. Not so sure if that could be just a coincidence. You have the Japanese legend that if you eat a mermaid, you'll live forever. And then you have the Sauce 90 theory that someone came up with, that he's part of this team that hunts mermaids. Pretty sure that's not the case, Maybe he's just a lucky guy who captured these experiences, but still, this is all very weird. I don't know what to think about this. To me, it sounds a bit far-fetched, but I want to know your take. Leave a comment, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel with notifications on, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hang on, guys. Give me 1 sec. Supposedly, this is out of Australia. It's quick, though, so watch. I don't know. Anybody in here think they're real? I don't. Here's one for you guys. One quick, 1 second. Just to go along with that. Just because we hit on it today, what if?
Tales. What if they were real and still out there? For centuries, cultures all around the world have told eerily similar stories about mysterious, half-human creatures living in the sea. And while Hollywood wants us to think of them as friendly singers with fishtails, history tells a much darker and much weirder story. These aren't just myths. Some of these encounters were recorded by respected explorers, witnessed by entire communities, and even caused governments to get involved. In 2009, residents of a quiet coastal town in Israel called Kiryat Yam started reporting something completely bizarre. A mermaid seen lounging on rocks at sunset before diving into the sea. Dozens of witnesses claimed to see the same thing: a female figure with pale skin, a fishtail, and long dark hair. The sightings became so frequent and credible that the local government did something no one ever expected. They offered a $1 million reward for anyone who could prove the mermaid's existence. One man said he watched her do a backflip before vanishing. Another woman swore she saw her tail slap the water. News outlets across the world picked up the story. Camera crews came, tourists showed up, and yet no one was able to capture solid proof. But the stories didn't stop. And here is the weirdest part: the reward still stands to this day unclaimed. When Christopher Columbus spotted land in the Caribbean, he wasn't just discovering new territory, he may have discovered a mermaid. In his 1493 ship log, Columbus described seeing 3 creatures rise from the water with the upper bodies of women and tails like fish. His exact words, "They are not as pretty as they are depicted, for somehow in the face they look like men." Most historians chalk this up to a manatee sighting, but that doesn't fully make sense. Columbus was an experienced navigator. He knows what manatees looked like, and why would he mention their faces at all if it was just a sea cow? What makes this more intriguing is that other sailors on his crew also reported similar sightings. These weren't isolated events. They were shared, consistent, and written down in one of the most famous explorer journals of all time. Could Columbus have stumbled onto something we've since lost? In the rough, stormy waters between the Scottish mainland and the Outer Hebrides lies a stretch known as the Minch, and sailors have feared it for generations. The reason? A strange and sinister race of sea beings called the Blue Men. These weren't graceful mermaids, these were blue-skinned, human-sized aquatic beings who were said to control storms and drown ships. Legend says they would swim up to a boat and shout poetry or riddles at the captain. If the captain failed to answer in rhyme, the Blue Men would overturn the vessel. While this sounds like classic mythology, here's a very strange thing. This exact story has been passed down for hundreds of years with very little variation. Sailors in that area regularly experience unexplainable equipment failure, freak waves, and vanishings. To this day, some Scottish fishermen won't sail through this area without leaving an offering in the water. Superstition or something they're too afraid to talk about? You decide. In 2012, construction crews working at 2 separate dam sites in Zimbabwe refused to return to work. The reason? They claimed that they were being harassed and even physically attacked by mermaids living in the water. This wasn't just a local rumor, it reached Zimbabwe's House of Assembly. High-ranking government officials confirmed the stoppage and admitted traditional healers were being brought in to appease the water spirits. The mermaids, known in the local Shona culture, are believed to live in deep pools and protect sacred water sources. Locals describe them as beautiful but dangerous beings who can bless or curse anyone who crosses them. Despite pressure, workers wouldn't return until ceremonies were held, and after the rituals, work resumed without further incident. That kind of mass fear, especially among adults working a government project, doesn't just come from total imagination. Something in those waters had to have scared them. In 1730, Hans Egede, a Danish-Norwegian missionary, wrote about something he saw while sailing near Greenland, a creature that defied explanation. He described it as having a human head and torso with a fish-like tail. According to Egede, the creature rose beside the boat, stared directly at the crew, then slowly sank into the sea. What makes this account so unsettling is who Hans Egede was. A serious, devout man whose writings were focused on converting Inuit populations, not really fantasy. He wasn't known for exaggeration or tall tales. In fact, many of his missionary accounts are painfully dry. So for him to suddenly document a mermaid, well, it's a bit odd. Historians today still include Egede's account in discussions of unexplained ocean phenomena. He even sketched the creature in later versions of his log. He either hallucinated or he saw something that he really couldn't explain. Japan's version of a mermaid is not the romantic beauty you'd expect. Known as the Ningyo, this creature is a mix of human and fish with a grotesque twist. Golden scales, sharp claws, and a monkey-like mouth filled with tiny human teeth. According to ancient legend, eating the flesh of these creatures grants eternal life, but catching one brings disaster. In the 1800s, fishermen supposedly caught one off the coast of Shikoku Island. The creature died shortly after, but was preserved and shown to a local official. And here's where things get even stranger. Reports say its remains were later hidden in a Buddhist temple to avoid bringing misfortune. In 2022, scientists analyzed a mummified mermaid stored in a shrine. Though DNA testing showed it was likely constructed from various animals, the preservation techniques suggest someone genuinely believed it was real. So why go to such lengths if it was all just a hoax? hoax. In Serbia's Lake Varana, locals whisper about the Mermaid of Black Lake, a pale, humanoid figure with long black hair that emerges on foggy mornings. In the early 2000s, a group of hikers claimed to have seen the creature from a distance, describing it as female in shape but with unblinking white eyes and scales across its arms. When they tried to approach, it vanished into the water with a splash. What's eerie is that locals had told nearly identical stories for decades, even before modern media could influence the narrative. In 2013, an Icelandic diving team exploring an underwater cave near Greenland captured something odd on camera. The footage, which was briefly circulated online before being lost, showed a humanoid figure with fins darting behind a rock. The diver filming could be heard screaming underwater before the camera cut out. Though skeptics cried hoax, the divers themselves, experienced professionals, stood by what they saw. Some believed the footage was confiscated due to its implications, and it doesn't help that government bodies reportedly shut down that cave to public access not long after. In the 1940s, fishermen off the coast of Benin, West Africa, claimed to have found what looked like a mermaid corpse tangled in their net. The body, which reportedly had webbed hands, fish-like skin, and a mostly human skull, was taken to local authorities. But within days, it was removed by officials and allegedly flown to France for study. Nothing was ever released to the public, and what makes this case so strange is how many unrelated locals swore they saw it and how quickly it was covered up. Some claim it was part of the Mamiwata legend, a powerful mermaid spirit worshipped across West Africa. In 1967, a ferry captain off the coast of British Columbia saw something on the rocks that stunned him. He wasn't alone. Passengers on board reported seeing a blonde-haired mermaid lounging on the rocks near Main Island. Photos were taken, and one even made it to a local newspaper. Some said it was a prank, but others insisted that it was real. In fact, the town embraced the story so much they started selling mermaid souvenirs. The strange thing, no one ever came forward to claim it as a hoax. No models, no performers, no confessions, just a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Alright guys, that's been our list for today. Thanks so much for checking it out. I've been your host today, Olivia Kozlowski, and I will see you again soon. Bye!
There you go, guys. That's our weird and creepy, strange stuff going on in the world. We're going to have to go, maybe on a Saturday night. Maybe I'll cover... maybe I'll cover mermaids. Or wait a minute. I'll give you guys just a few more since you guys seem to like a little bit of this. There's just a few more that goes with that. And then we'll move on. And yeah, we'll do it on a Saturday night. We'll get into it, in depth into it.
Along the Atlantic coast, from Maine to Florida, people say mermaids have been seen in the waves. Today, we'll bring 12 of these mermaid legends back to life. Number 1. John Smith's Mermaid. In the early 1600s, while exploring the Chesapeake Bay, Captain John Smith, famous for his role in Jamestown, claimed to have seen something incredible in the water. As his crew navigated the bay, Smith wrote of spotting a figure with a woman's upper body and the lower half of a porpoise. Her long, dark hair glistened in the sunlight, and for a moment, Smith admitted feeling a sense of wonder and curiosity. The legend spread quickly, capturing the imaginations of settlers who were already struggling to survive in the New World. Some claimed it was a trick of the waves, or even a manatee, but Smith's description was so detailed that many believed it had to be real. Sailors whispered that this creature was a sign, either a warning of dangers to come or a blessing from the sea. As more explorers arrived, stories of the mermaid persisted. People talked of her singing on moonlit nights, guiding ships through dangerous waters or luring them toward hidden shoals. Smith's account became a part of the region's folklore, sparking tales of both hope and caution. Today, historians look back on Smith's writings with curiosity. Whether it was a real creature or a sailor's tall tale, the Mermaid of Chesapeake Bay remains one of the earliest and most intriguing legends of the East Coast. Her story reminds us how even the bravest adventurers found themselves captivated by the unknown. Number 2. Nantucket Merman. In 1714, the remote shores of Great Point, Nantucket, became the setting for a tale that would echo through New England's maritime history. Dutch minister François Valentin recorded the story of a sailor who thought he saw a drowning man thrashing in the surf. Rushing to help, the crew rowed closer, only to watch in shock as the figure dove beneath the waves, revealing a long, powerful tail. Word spread quickly among the whalers and fishermen who called Nantucket home. Many were used to rough seas and odd sightings, but the idea of a merman, a man from the sea, captured their imaginations like nothing else. Sailors whispered that the creature might be a guardian of the deep, watching over their ships and guiding them to safety or to ruin. Over time, the Nantucket Merman took on a life of his own. Some claimed he could predict storms. Others believed he protected the island's fishermen from harm. Children would gather on the beaches, scanning the horizon for a glimpse of the mysterious figure who vanished so quickly that day. Though centuries have passed, the legend still lingers in the salty air of Nantucket. Fishermen sometimes say that when the fog rolls in and the waves crash against the lighthouse, they feel the presence of the merman, forever tied to the history of this rugged island. His story is a reminder that the sea holds more mysteries than we can ever imagine. Number 3. Gloucester Mermaid. In the early days of Gloucester's fishing fleet, rumors spread of a strange encounter that would forever haunt its shores. One misty evening, a group of fishermen claimed to have seen a mermaid clinging to the side of their boat. As they tried to haul her aboard, panic set in when they noticed her hand, delicate but unmistakably human, was unlike anything they'd ever seen. They feared that rescuing her might bring a curse upon their voyage, so in their desperation, they cut her hand clean off. The creature let out a haunting sigh and slipped back
Welcome,
into the
Carl.
dark
Thank you
sea,
for joining us, bud.
leaving behind only a chilling tale and the severed hand as proof. Word of this incident traveled fast among the town's seafarers, sparking warnings about the dangers of tempting the unknown. The story of the Gloucester Mermaid soon became woven into the town's identity. Sailors would talk.
My wife's been saying that for years, Carl. That's where everything's at, truly, if you think about it. It's there, in my opinion. I agree.
Talk of hearing her cries in the wind or feeling her presence during rough seas. Some believed she was seeking revenge, while others thought she simply wanted her lost hand returned. To this day, the legend of the Gloucester Mermaid remains a cautionary tale about respect for the mysteries of the sea. For the people of Gloucester, it's a reminder that even in a world of sturdy boats and brave fishermen, the ocean holds secrets that cannot be tamed. Number 4. Casco Bay Merman. Back in 1673, near the rugged shores of Casco Bay, a Maine fisherman named Miller faced an encounter he would never forget. As he paddled his canoe along the coastline, he spotted something strange in the water, a creature with the upper body of a man and the tail of a great fish. Before he could react, the merman lunged at his boat, nearly tipping him into the churning sea. In a flash of terror and instinct, Miller drew his knife and slashed at the merman, severing its hand. The water turned a deep, unnatural shade of purple as the creature shrieked and disappeared beneath the waves, leaving Miller trembling in his canoe. He returned to shore with the tale, swearing it was the truth. Word of Miller's encounter spread quickly, capturing the imagination of colonists who were still adjusting to life in the New World. Many saw the merman as a warning to respect the waters, while others believed it might have been a trickster spirit or even a protector of the bay. The legend took on a life of its own, passed down from one generation to the next. Today, the story of the Casco Bay merman lives on as part of Maine's maritime folklore. Fishermen still speak of strange splashes and shapes beneath the waves, wondering if Miller's merman might still lurk in the depths, watching and waiting for another chance to show itself. Number 5. Captain Trott's Mermaid Riot. In the aftermath of the Civil War, Charleston, South Carolina, was a city of secrets and superstition. In 1867, a local apothecary named Dr. William Trott claimed he had a real mermaid on display at his shop, a creature half woman, half fish that had been washed ashore during a storm. Crowds gathered outside, desperate to see the legendary sea creature that had apparently chosen their city as its resting place. As days passed, rumors spread that the mermaid was cursed and that her captivity was causing a relentless rain to fall over Charleston. Locals feared that unless the mermaid was set free, the city would be swallowed by the sea. The tension reached a breaking point one stormy night.
Yes, Carl. Until blood is exposed to oxygen, it is like a bluish color. That's true.
When a mob of sailors and freedmen stormed Dr. Trott's shop, demanding the creature's release. The riot that followed was unforgettable. Windows shattered, fish tanks toppled, and live fish flopped across the floor. Witnesses later claimed to see a shadow slip into the water as the rain finally stopped, convinced the mermaid had returned to the sea. Newspapers called it the Mermaid Riot, and the tale spread far beyond Charleston's streets. Today, Captain Trott's Mermaid Riot is remembered as one of Charleston's strangest stories, a tale of a city on the edge, desperate for hope in a time of hardship. Whether it was a trick of the light or a clever hoax, the legend still haunts Charleston's rainy nights and curious minds.
We do it too. Clean day.
Number 6.
In the morning, though.
Passamaquoddy mermaids. Farther north,
Passamaquoddy. Love that name, Passamaquoddy.
along the rocky shores of Maine, the Passamaquoddy people have long told stories of the Nahuas, mermaid-like sisters who dared to swim in forbidden waters. According to legend, these two girls defied their parents by venturing too far from the safety of the river, slipping between the boundaries of the human world and the realm of the spirits. As punishment for their disobedience, the sisters were transformed into water beings, half woman, half fish, with long black hair and shining silver bracelets. The Nahuas spent their days weaving among the reeds and the shallows, sometimes guiding canoes to safety, other times hiding from curious eyes. Their beauty and mystery became a warning and a wonder, reminding everyone of the river's power. Over time, fishermen and travelers claimed to hear soft singing drifting across the water or glimpsed graceful shapes beneath the waves. These moments, both eerie and enchanting, tied the people of Maine to their natural world and the legends that gave it life. Today, the Nahuas still haunt the rivers and coves of Maine's coast, their story passed down from one generation to the next. Whether seen as protectors or tricksters, they remind us that even the calmest waters can hide secrets, and every journey can lead us to places where the human and the mythical meet. Number 7. Mermaid Point. Long ago in the misty waters.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard me. That's true, though. Blood is blue until oxygen is introduced to it. Inside our bodies, it's blue, which is why your veins look the way they do until you introduce oxygen and it turns red.
Of the Cape Fear River, sailors whispered of a place they called Mermaid Point. According to legend, 18th century traders navigating the river at dawn sometimes spotted a beautiful woman with flowing hair sitting on a rock at the water's edge. She would comb her hair slowly, humming a haunting tune that drifted through the fog, sending chills through even the bravest of seafarers. Some said she was a spirit of the river, luring sailors to their doom if they stared too long. Others believed she was a gentle guardian, warning them of shifting currents and hidden shoals. Old maps even marked the spot as Mermaid Point, a caution to wary travelers who knew the river could be as treacherous as it was beautiful. One story told of a merchant ship that vanished near the point after its captain defied the warnings of the locals. Days later, pieces of the ship washed ashore, tangled with seaweed and broken timber.
Well, I was taught when I was younger, Fizzy, that it was blue until oxygen hits it, and then the color, right? Like, it's not completely blue, but it's got a blue tint to it, and oxygen makes it red. That's what I was told. As a child, I was told that. Don't ruin, burst my bubble, damn it.
Timbers. Sailors claimed they heard the mermaid's song echoing in the wind that night, a sad farewell to the lost crew who should have heeded her warning. Today, Mermaid Point remains part of Cape Fear's lore, a place where river and sea meet in a swirl of mystery.
Getting any oxygen.
Even now, fishermen speak of seeing a flicker of movement on the rocks at sunrise, wondering if the
The skin color changes because it's not being oxygenated, Phenomenon. This is true. This is true, Fizzy. Actually, I could have brought my wife in here to tell you. She knows all about it because she's a phlebotomist and a dialysis tech. So, I just saying. Either way. Well, we do have oxygen in our blood. Otherwise, it would not be. That's what it's. Yeah, you're right, Fizzy, in that aspect. It does bind with hemoglobin. And hold on, or I'll just keep playing this. But
mermaid still keeps watch over the waters she calls home, her melody forever woven into the currents of the Cape Fear River. Number 8. Tom's River Mermaid. In 1869, a fisherman named Silas Wright returned from his nets on Tom's River with a tale that set the town abuzz. He claimed that in the early morning light, he'd spotted a figure rising from the water, a woman with long sea-green hair and scales that shimmered like silver. Her eyes, he said, were bright as lanterns, and her voice carried a soft, eerie melody that seemed to drift right into his very soul. Word spread fast, and soon, curiosity seekers lined the riverbanks hoping to catch a glimpse. Some said they saw her dancing on the surface, while others swore she was only a trick of the mist. Silas insisted it was real. He'd seen her face to face and felt her gaze in his bones, a moment that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The legend grew, with rumors that the mermaid brought either good luck or disaster. When fish were plentiful, townsfolk thanked the mermaid. When nets came up empty, they blamed her wrath. For years, her presence was tied to the town's fortunes, a reminder that nature's gifts came with a price that no one could predict. Today, the Tom's River Mermaid lives on in local stories, a piece of the town's history that connects past to present. Every time the mist rolls in, folks still wonder if she might appear again, singing her song and watching over the waters that gave her life, her tale drifting on the current like a reminder of the mysteries that still wait beneath the surface.
I knew you would, if I said it, you would find the answer to it, at least. She's
Number 9.
Google Queen.
Penobscot, Maliseet, Merfolk.
Now, my wife just said the same thing. Blood is not blue in the veins, it is always red. Although the shade can carry oxygen-rich blood is a bright cherry red, that's how you can tell, too. Fresh blood from old blood. That I do know. We learned that when I was taking EMS classes to look for different clotting issues and stuff. Oxygen. But they never taught that, though. That's a weird thing. Very weird thing. Thank you, Miss Google. Thank you, Google Queen. As always, appreciate you.
Long before Europeans arrived
Tom's
on the
River
rocky
is a
shores of
very
Maine and New
weird
Brunswick,
place.
the Penobscot and Maliseet people spoke of water spirits known as Lampacuniwak.
It's all right. We can be wrong.
These merfolk
sometimes,
were said
Scott.
to
It's
dwell in
okay.
the deep pools of rivers and bays,
Rarely,
where the
but we
currents
can do it
danced in
sometimes,
strange
bro.
patterns, with bodies that shimmered like fish, but faces as kind as humans.
That's what my wife just said, Yvonne, that blood carries oxygen. It is always exposed to a certain amount of oxygen. Oxygenated blood is what keeps our organs alive and moving. So there's part of it, or one of the things that keeps our organs alive and pumping. So just saying.
They were known to lure travelers with songs only the pure of heart could hear.
It's weird though. You would think that they would teach something as fundamentally stupid as that in, like, EMS classes and stuff like that. But so am I, Scott. It's always fun. But yeah, I always thought, never even thought it was just like a myth you learn when you're a kid. But that's weird. It's very weird. Very weird. It's cool though. It's a good thing to know.
According to tribal elders, the Lampacuniwak were not always dangerous. Sometimes they helped lost hunters find their way home, or guided fishermen toward bountiful catches. But if someone disrespected the waters, by taking more than they needed, or by cursing the rivers, these spirits could become vengeful, leading the disrespectful deep into the currents, where air could not follow. One story tells of a young hunter who was rescued by a Lampacuniwak after he fell through the ice. She cradled him in her arms,
Amen to
warming
that,
him
bro.
until he awoke, only to vanish
Learn
in a
something
swirl of
every day,
silver
don't we?
scales before he could thank her. The tale spread, reminding people to honor the rivers and to always treat the land and its unseen spirits with respect. Today, the Lampacuniwak remain.
I don't believe so, Carl. Air and oxygen are mixed with two different. Oxygen is different as far as the chemical breakdown as from what, like, the air we breathe outside is. They're two different scenarios.
An important part of Penobscot and Maliseet culture, their stories shared during long winter nights and summer gatherings alike. Even now, when the river mist rises and the water glitters under the moon, some say the Lampacuniwak still watch over their people, guardians of the waterways that have sustained generations. Number 10. Lordship Stratford Mermaids. In the late 1800s, the small coastal community of Lordship near Stratford, Connecticut, buzzed with tales of a mermaid sighting that no one could quite explain. Fishermen returning from Long Island Sound reported seeing a woman's figure gliding through the waves, her long hair trailing like seaweed behind her. They claimed her eyes shone with the light of the moon itself. At first, some thought it was just the play of light on the water, but the stories grew too numerous to ignore. One evening, a fisherman named Daniel Hale swore he saw her resting.
I'll tell you guys one thing. As weird as AI is, and as much as it bothers me, AI like graphics, look at this, are like beyond amazing to me. The AI graphics that they for things they put out, look how like detailed, and like you can see like the oil to the skin look. I mean, it's crazy how good AI graphics are. It's insane. Yeah, like creepy, insane. Exactly, Elisa. Look at it. Look at the hand and all that shit. That's nuts.
On the rocks near his boat, combing her hair and singing softly. When he called out, she slipped into the sea, leaving only a ripple and a song that faded on.
I wonder if she was using a fork to comb her hair. I wonder.
On the breeze. The legend spread, with townsfolk wondering if she was a spirit of the sound, a lost soul searching for her sailor love, or a guardian of the sea's bounty. Children whispered that if you left a seashell on the shore, the mermaid might grant you a wish, though most were too scared to try.
Very much so, Carl.
Today, the story of the Lordship Mermaid lives on as a local curiosity, a reminder of the thin line between sea and shore. Even now, when the tide is just right and the moonlight dances on the waves, some claim they see her watching, her song a gentle echo from a time when the sea held more secrets than answers. Number 11. Lenape River Woman. Long before European settlers claimed
Amen
the
to
shores
that,
of the
Scott.
Hudson River, known to the Lenape people as Shatmuk, the Lenape elder spoke of a river woman who watched over the waters. She was said to appear on misty mornings, her long hair flowing like the current itself. Her half-fish, half-human form would emerge near the banks to sing songs that only the most respectful could hear. She was no trickster. Her song was one of guidance and protection, warning fishers and travelers of sudden storms or dangerous rapids. Those who honored her were blessed with safe journeys and plentiful catches, while those who ignored her were met with bad luck, or worse. Some elders told of a young man who mocked her song, only to vanish beneath the waves before the sun set. Over time, European settlers heard whispers of the river woman and added their own interpretations. Some said she was a lost soul seeking revenge. Others thought she was a spirit of nature, defending her.
No, he don't. He just wants to know where Brandy is. Wherever she goes, he goes nuts if he can't get to her.
River from overfishing and pollution. Her legend merged with colonial fears and hopes, blending cultures into one enduring mystery. Today, along the Hudson's winding banks, the story of the Lenape River woman lives on. Her legend serves as a reminder to respect the waters and honor the spirits that dwell within them. Fishermen still pause at dawn to listen for her song, hoping to earn her blessing before setting sail.
He's obsessed with her. It's really kind of weird.
Number 12, the Roanoke Siren. On the windswept shores of North Carolina's Outer Banks, long after the lost colony vanished, a new tale took root, a tale of the Roanoke Siren. Locals say she appeared near the spot where English settlers once tried to build a new world. Her song carried on the same winds that once carried the colonists' hopes. Fishermen claimed they first saw her after a storm, gliding between the waves with hair as golden as the sand dunes. Her song was sweet, but mournful, calling out to any who would listen. Some believed she was a spirit of one of the missing colonists, transformed by the sea into something not quite human, forever bound to the coast. Others thought she was a guardian of the waters, protecting the secrets of Roanoke's fate from those who dared to search too deeply. They said she could calm the roughest seas or summon storms with a single note, depending on the hearts of those who approached her. Her presence was both a warning and a promise, a reminder of the thin line between hope and mystery. Today, the Roanoke Siren still haunts the imagination of the Outer Banks. When the moon rises high and the waves turn silver, beachgoers swear they hear her song on the wind. Her legend endures as a part of North Carolina's history, a story that ties the fate of the lost colony to the endless depths of the Atlantic. If you enjoyed the video, please click the like button.
All right, that's enough mermaids for today. Yeah, they do. Carl, I could see that would make some sense for sure. Let's see. That's enough mermaids for today. Like I said, maybe I'll use it as a Saturday night show. Let me see what we got here. Oh, you're bad now. She's outside and she's busy. Hang on, guys. Let me get this up here. Let's see what we got here to end the show with, guys. Hold on. 1 second, please. Sorry, guys. One minute. Let's see what I got in the background here to make us laugh a little. All right, here we go. Sorry, guys. I had to decide which one. I upload all these or download all these and try to get them. Then I got to pick from what I want to use and what I already haven't shown. And so let's see what we got here.
Ay, güey.
ले भाई दीपक पता नहीं किस भांचोद की नजर लगी
Amigo que se estaba divirtiendo no vio la placa de estas dos motos que le pasaron muy cerca. ¿Qué opinas tú? Aunque se ve totalmente gracioso.
¿Qué tráfico es este? Oh, se ve esto. Se ve esto, madre.
बोलो भैरू जी महाराज की
Not that I know of yet, Kent. Not that I know of yet.
जय हो जैतन मनोनी
Cheguei. Cheguei, Brasil.
Não acredito. Ai, que vergonha.
Bora, beiço de linguiça foi só um tombinho. Se levanta.
Esse de caramba! Esse de caramba!
Happy birthday, Jayabin. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Olha só, ele vai pegar vocês, gente. Olha só. Olha só, gente. Olha o que eles estão aprontando. Olha lá. Olha lá. Olha lá. Olha só, gente. O portão fechou. Olha só. Pegou. Jéssica!
Probably.
Vai, bora, bora, bora. Eita! Mãe!
Ow.
Combinar com esse casal, DJ, só colocando aquela música, som.
Olha! Vamos pagar a cobra! Que grande de circo público!
É bom, Magnata.
Muda de vida. Não sei aonde eu ando com a cabeça.
Cheguei. Cheguei, Brasil.
Do jeito que hoje eu tô zangado aqui pra me quebrar uma mesa bem facinho.
Cuidado! Ei!
All right, y'all. That's gonna do it for today. Time to go do my duties and sweat my brains out. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I don't know if I'll see you later or not, so I don't want to say that again and then end up stuck. But either way, have a great rest of your Sunday. Enjoy yourselves. If you have good weather, enjoy that as well. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.